Welcome to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors the beginning of our final budget hearings. Today is Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020. We're now calling the meeting to order at 9:02. Begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Elliott, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it
stands. Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Wynn?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chair Miller?
Here. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We will begin by accepting comments from members of the public who are present in the board chambers. Then we'll call for any members of the public who are waiting in any of our outside lobbies. And lastly, we'll call on the clerk of the board to read any comments received by email. There's a limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with the green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on when you're 30 minutes from the end of your 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all your comments to the board, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. And for any member of the public who are listening or watching on live stream, I just want to remind you that you may submit additional comments during the course of these hearings by emailing the clerk of the board at cobrecords@sjgov.org, and we will make every effort to ensure that your comments are read before the end of the meeting. However, if they are received, they will absolutely be entered into the public record. I do not have any cards today since we're not collecting them, so if there is any member of the public who is present and would like to speak, if you would come on down to the podium and state your name. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk, did we receive any email comments that need to be read this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have received several comments this morning. The first one is from Mitchell Mirabuyayeshi from San Joaquin General Hospital. Please keep the health clinics open. Now is not the time to prioritize profits over people. This COVID-19 pandemic is only growing. Our homeless are exposed. When these clinics close, the homeless and other patients with barriers to healthcare access will have nowhere to go. Literally, the lives of your constituents are depending on you. The residents of our county have elected you to protect them and lead them to a healthy future. Keep clinics open is fundamental to keeping our community healthy. Thank you. Andrea Colavita Pinkham writes, while some of us cannot fully understand what communities of color are going through right now, we are stating that we are willing to listen, learn, and be an advocate whenever possible. It is time for the Board of Supervisors to examine the county's policies, listen, learn, and be advocates for change. Someone wrote last week stating that we need a, quote, true American, end quote, as a health officer. Would they have made that statement if Dr. Park was a white man? In the same meeting, Supervisor Patty asked, quote, we have a racism problem? I look forward to hearing more about that, end quote. Well, Supervisor Patty, San Joaquin County's policies towards part-time and temporary workers disproportionately affect women and people of color. It treats them as a second class of workers, not worthy of the same benefits and privileges of their full-time county siblings. By letting this continue, you are perpetuating the culture of inequality at SJC. Currently, while in the midst of a pandemic, the San Joaquin County is laying off part-time medical workers and closing 2 medical clinics. Medical clinics that provide for underserved and diverse communities and puts food on the table for numerous families. I call upon the BOS to publicly denounce the racist remarks made against Dr. Park, end the 2-tier caste system of workers, and give part-time workers the same rights as full-time workers. Stop the closure of the Manteca and public health clinics, and stop the layoff of numerous healthcare workers. An anonymous email writes, "What's your excuse now? During a pandemic, really? What comes first, public health or your pocketbooks? Leave our clinics alone." Juanita Salazar writes, "This is not right. Closing down is not okay. People are going to lose services that really need the services. People are going to lose jobs that also really need the jobs." Mila Martin, a resident of Stockton, writes, "Board of Supervisors, please keep the health clinics open. Now is not the time to prioritize profits over people. This COVID-19 pandemic is only growing. Our homeless are exposed. When they get sick, will we leave them to die in the streets because you voted to close that clinics that serve them? Literally, the lives of your constituents are depending on you. I have a family of 6 who depends on health care in SJ County." An anonymous email writer wrote, "During this pandemic, this is not the right time to close any clinics. The people need to have that clinic open." Donna Matthew writes, "Now is not the time to close clinics who serve those who need it most. There's already a strain on the healthcare system with the current pandemic spreading, especially the spike of cases in San Joaquin County. This is not going to end soon, and every resource needs to be made available during this time." Corinne Rhodes writes, "The East Hazelton and Manteca clinics serve many patients every day. These are individuals from poor and minority communities. Stockton alone has a homeless population close to 1,000 individuals. How could you in good conscience consider these closures? County management still has not provided a plan to ensure these patients will have access to receive proper treatment and services as you attempt to close vital health care access. This should never happen on the best of times, but even more so during this period of uncertainty. Prioritizing profit over people is never a decent thing to do. It is even more deplorable in the time of crisis as you put the entire county at greater risk. What is the county management's plan to ensure these patients will have access to receive proper treatment and services? Do you care enough to even have a plan of action in place for them? Your proposed clinic closures show what you all think about our poorest and most vulnerable minority communities, about me and my family also. These people who access these clinics are our neighbors, whether you want you to admit it or not. People should be looked after first, not places to, quote, have fun, end quote. If the same ferocity was put into our community health value as Mr. Patty places on the golf courses, I would not be contacting you to plead not to close such vital access to medical assistance as I am today. Please do not close these facilities. Save our community." An anonymous email was received that writes, "I just want to know if there was going to be a review on closing the clinics down, then why did they already move the doctors since the beginning of June? They're broke down the rooms, there are no staff, very unprofessional." Teresa Delp writes, "I looked at the agenda for today and tomorrow and saw COVID is not mentioned once. No update from Dr. Parks. Is COVID gone then? No, it's not. Disappointing to see that it's not being addressed by our county on a weekly basis. Even more so since our numbers are, quote, climbing at an alarming rate, end quote. Yet not even time on the agenda for this. So as of 7:31 p.m., our members are at 81 for the hospitalized. Did we ever get the answer as to where they are all from? Are they actually members of SJC, or are we taking in patients from other areas? Why are those at skilled nursing facilities being told to go back to the SNF and create even larger outbreak and rising death toll? Lodi Hospital has over 30 of their workers ill, yet they have been wearing masks all the time. Makes me think that masks are making things worse. Why is it that those that are exempt from wearing masks are being turned away from stores and not being able to purchase groceries and other needs because the business has been threatened to lose their business if any unmasked come in? Please really look at what is going on. Wake up. Fight for us. The ones that elected you to do the job, it looks like you are not doing. Jeff Keller writes, with the current homeless population around 2,000 and at least 20% of Stockton's population at or below the poverty line, closing the Hazelton and Manteca clinics would cause undue hardship in the community. The poor and underserved deserve clinic access, especially in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Keep the clinics open. Thank you. An anonymous email was received who wrote, please take in consideration our low-income families that don't have the funds for transportation to come all the way to the county hospital or even worse, without a close clinic to go to nearby for health care. Basically, it's considered patient abandonment. It gives a bad name to our facilities. If my body, my choice works for killing unborn babies, then the same statement should be true for wearing a face covering in public. Newsom mandated that California wear his $1 billion purchase of face coverings that has already happened. I ask you to pass legal protection allowing the people who cannot wear face coverings the legal right to shop without discrimination. There are many issues with mandating humans to do anything based on other demands. Videos are available online showing the lack of health regulations where many of these masks are being made. It is possible that the brand new mask itself have COVID. You cannot clean the mask. This is why healthcare workers throw their masks away after every use. The mask creates additional touching points with the things you touch and your mouth. It is not a substitute for social distancing, but creates a false security. Disinfecting and distancing are key to avoid the flu and viruses. Instead, businesses should have been required to have touchless hand sanitation stations near all high-contact areas. And Madam Chair, that last quote was by Jason Kimmel Jr., and that concludes the public comments that we've received so far.
Okay, thank you. Now we are going to begin the 2020-2021 final budget hearing, and we're going to begin with an overview from Chief Deputy County Administrator Sandy Regallo.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. The item before you is the 2021 final budget hearing. 2 weeks ago, on June 9th, your board approved the 2021 proposed budget. As we shared with you at that meeting, your approval did not constitute the final approval of any proposals prior to final budget hearing. However, the proposed budget has served as the resource material for this hearing. Department heads and the public have had access to the information. Although the state approved a budget on June 15, 2020, negotiations continue with the governor over how to close a projected $54.3 billion deficit that has opened up during the pandemic. As mentioned before, it is essential that the county maintain its focus on fiscal sustainability and maximize all available resources to lessen the burden on the general fund. Because of the economic downturn due to COVID-19, the county is facing major challenges and unknowns in 2021 and future budgets. The loss of realignment funding. Due to COVID-19, sales and use tax revenue is expected to sharply decline and reduce realignment and Prop 172 funding. The proposed budget includes $96.6 million in 1991 and 2011 realignment, which funds social services, mental health, and public safety programs. The proposed budget also includes $67.3 million in Proposition 172 funds for qualifying public safety budgets in the sheriff, probation, district attorney, and public defender departments, and the substance abuse services budget and healthcare services. Any loss in realignment or Proposition 172 revenue could have serious implications on social services, mental health, and public safety programs. You will hear more detail later this morning during the health services presentation, but the hospital is projecting to close the 2019-20 fiscal year with an operating deficit of $45 million, primarily due to a projected decrease in net patient revenue. Child Support Services had to decrease their budget by $1 million due to the state returning local child support agencies to the 2018-19 levels. As a result of state impacts, Child Support is recommending to eliminate 15 positions with 12 employees potentially impacted. Although we are bringing you a structurally balanced budget in 2021, we are anticipating severe revenue reductions going forward. To maximize resources, the county will focus on the following: negotiate only affordable and sustainable labor agreements. It is crucial that we negotiate agreements we can not only afford today, but that we can afford throughout the term of the agreement. We will assess the county's retirement rates and funding ratio in the event there is a significant increase in retirement rates or reduction in the funding ratio. We will continue to advocate for the county's retention of its allotted share of property tax revenues. As you are aware, property tax is the county's primary source of general purpose revenue, making up nearly 84% of all GPR. Property tax share agreements with many cities are currently at 80% for the county and 20% for the city. Reductions in this allocation would mean reductions in GPR, which would require reductions in county service. The county will strive to limit the issuance of debt. To do this, we must try utilizing one-time dollars to fund capital projects and improvements. We intend to improve the revenue cycle and reduce operational costs of San Joaquin General Hospital. We will only fill those positions that are necessary in anticipation of revenue shortfalls from the state and federal governments. And we will adhere to the county's no backfill policy when reductions occur. These practices will provide the foundation necessary for sustaining a structurally balanced budget now and in the future. As the total impact of COVID-19 is unknown, it may be more difficult in bringing you a structurally balanced budget in 2021-2022 without making significant adjustments in spending and/or staffing levels. The following are some highlights of the 2021 proposed county budget. The proposed budget totals $1.9 billion. This represents an increase of $60.5 million, or 3.3%, from the 2019-2020 adjusted budget. Approximately 83% of the county budget is funded by departmental revenues. These include state and federal funds, charges for services, and grant funds. Another 16% is provided by general purpose revenue or local discretionary revenue. And the remaining 1% is from available fund balances. Staffing remains the county's largest expense at $942 million, or 49% of the total budget. Staffing costs increased $22.4 million in 2021. Major factors include an increase in retirement costs of $10.2 million, an increase in base salary costs of $8.2 million, and an increase in health insurance costs of $5.7 million. We need to mention that these cost increases do not include any assumptions for the 85.4% of the county workforce that will have labor agreements that have expired or will expire by June 30th, 2020. This slide shows the 2019-2020 projected year-end balance for the county's reserves and any additions to the reserves in 2020-2021. The proposed budget transfers $5 million to the reserve for contingencies, which has a projected balance of $95.5 million, representing 5% of the county's budget and meets the board's goal of 5% by 2020-2021. The budget transfers $7.3 million to the unfunded pension liability reserve for a projected year-end balance of $40.4 million. The proposed budget also adds $11.3 million to the approved labor agreements reserve for a total general fund contribution of $16.3 million, and the budget transfers $90,000 to the Economic Development Reserve for a projected year-end balance of $1.4 million. During the fiscal year, positions may be temporarily filled at a lower classification than the allocated class. As part of the budget process, Human Resources reviews these positions and works with departments to reconcile the allocated class and the actual class. The listing provided on page 19 of the budget message identifies 22 allocations with underfilled classifications that require administrative correction. In each case, the department provided consent for the administrative allocation change. The final budget hearing includes the budgets for special districts. The 2020-21 special districts appropriations total $39.1 million. There are 119 special districts for lighting, maintenance, flood control and water, and county service areas for public works and parks. The public hearing for special districts will be part of tomorrow's budget presentation. And now I'll go over the mechanics of the hearing process. The proposed budget will serve as the final budget hearing document. The final budget hearing agenda lists the functional areas and budget units in the order they will be presented. In just a moment, Senior Deputy County Administrator Chris Rose will begin the process and make an oral presentation for the Law and Justice functional area with recommendations along with an indication of major service impacts or program changes included in the proposed budget. It would be appropriate to discuss, if the board wishes, any budgets that are not listed on the agenda when that specific functional area is under discussion. Madam Chair and board members, this concludes my opening remarks. At this time, I ask that you open the public hearing on the 2021 county and special districts budgets. After the hearing is open, our office will present the first staff report, and you can receive public input, if any, for each budget unit. At the conclusion of the public hearing, your board will be asked to adopt the 2021 final budget with any modifications directed by the board. Should the board have any questions regarding the proposed process, we can address those now.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, then the public hearing for the 2020-2021 final budget is now open. Any member of the public who wishes to speak on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, we request that you... Are we doing comment cards in the back?
No, Madam Chair, we are not.
Okay, then we would just ask for you to stand up and approach the podium at this time. There will be an opportunity for the public to comment on each section of the budget as we go through this. So we're going to begin with presentations and overview of law and justice from Senior Deputy County Administrator Chris Rose. Good morning, Mr. Rose.
Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the board. Chris Rose, Senior Deputy County Administrator. I will be giving an overview of the law and justice functional area, which is comprised of 64 budgets supporting county departments, various grant programs, and other law and justice related responsibilities. The 2020-21 budget includes the transfer of the medical examiner budgets to healthcare services. At the conclusion of my presentation, Sheriff Withrow would like to address the board. I will invite him up at that point. Overall, the recommended appropriations for the 2020-21 law and justice budgets total $384.8 million, which is $3.4 million greater than the 2019-20 adjusted budget, primarily due to salary and benefits adjustments and an increase in centrally budgeted charges. The increases are partially offset by a decrease in net staffing costs due to the net decrease of 16.4 positions and $2.5 million in operating cost transfers to healthcare services for the medical examiner's office. As indicated in the pie chart on the left, staffing costs of $280.7 million make up 73% of the total law and justice costs for 2020-21. The chart on the right shows that nearly half of the funding for law and justice is provided by county general purpose revenue, over a third from state and federal funding, and the balance from service charges, operating transfers, and other miscellaneous revenues. Of our $1.9 billion budget, law and justice spending accounts for approximately $384.8 million, or 20%, and of the $309.7 million of general purpose revenue available, $190.9 million, or 61%, is spent on law and justice functions. The next slide shows the appropriations and staffing by department. Included in the budget, as indicated on the chart on the left, is $182.1 million for the sheriff, $84.6 million for probation, $51.8 million for the district attorney, $18.7 million for the public defender, and $17.7 million for child support services. Also included is $13.4 million for correctional health, $10.6 million for the county support to the courts budget, $5.7 million for court-assigned counsel, and $200,000 for grand jury budget. The chart on the right shows overall staffing, which totals 1,886.4 FTEs and includes 878.8 for the sheriff, 384.6 for probation, 284.9 for the DA, 144 for the child support services, 91.6 for the public defender, and 102.5 for correctional health. Overall, the law and justice full-time staffing decreases by 27 positions. Major department additions and deletions for law and justice departments include an overall decrease of 15 positions for child support services and an overall net decrease of 11 positions for the sheriff's office due to the transfer of the Office of the Medical Examiner budget to healthcare services. I will now highlight a few areas of law and justice budgets. Prop 172, Assembly Bill 2788, created a maintenance of effort, or MOE, provision requiring cities and counties to maintain funding levels to the public safety programs that receive Prop 172 funds. AB 2788 also established a 1992-93 as the MOE base year and required an adjustment to the MOE levels based on the annual change in Prop 172 revenues. In base year 1992-93, the total for all qualifying budgets in San Joaquin County was $69 million. In 2019-20, the MOE for all qualifying public safety programs was $119 million. The county's adjusted AB 2788 certification for 2019-20 was $243 million. Overall, the general fund provided an overmatched funds of $131 million to all qualifying public safety programs. The 2020-21 estimated Prop 172 revenue is $67.3 million and has been included in each of the qualifying public safety program budgets. Our office is reviewing the COVID-19 pandemic's impact on Prop 172 funding. Since sales tax is not received from the state until 2 months after the funds are collected by the state, revised projections are uncertain at this time. The state's preliminary forecast is a decrease in sales tax revenue of approximately 27%. The loss of funding for our county's Prop 172 revenue for every 5% decrease is approximately $3.4 million. The current program allocation formula for San Joaquin County was established by the Board of Supervisors on May 24, 1994, which allocates Prop 172 revenue to the sheriffs at 68.1%, which includes 38.5% for custody and 14.6% for patrol, with the remainder distributed to other qualifying sheriff's budgets. Probation receives 13%, which includes 0.3% for substance abuse. The district attorney receives 11%, and the public defender court-assigned counsel receives 7.9%. During the 2019-20, the county administrator's office, working with law and justice departments and other applicable agencies, reviewed the current program allocation formula and determined the percentage allocation distribution to each department was appropriate and consistent with the proposition's intent. As of May 31st, 2020, the Sheriff's Department had 107 vacancies. 76% of the vacancies are for deputy sheriffs and correctional officers. Although the department is actively recruiting in all levels to fill vacancies, due to the comprehensive hiring process, including an extensive background check, several vacancies have not been filled. In 2019-20, the Sheriff's Department conducted 1,194 background checks. 190 passed, 439 failed, 293 withdrew during the process, and 272 are still active. 97 individuals have been hired, which includes 35 as deputy sheriffs and 30 as correctional officers. To assist recruitment and retention efforts, the sheriff has implemented a recruitment and retention pilot program, the purchase of law enforcement specific software, reducing background investigation timeframes, retention factor identification, seeking vendors to develop recruitment videos, and the use of social media and advertising. The community car program has 20 deputies if the program was fully staffed. As of April 2020, there were 4 deputies in the program, as some deputies were assigned to address staffing shortages in patrol. In March 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, a patrol schedule was created to ensure that at any time, half of the patrol staff were isolated for a 2-week period. This schedule required additional staff to successfully implement the schedule. Deputies from other areas, including the community car program, were assigned to patrol. This schedule ended in May 2020, and the 4 deputies returned to the community car program to Murata, Woodbridge, East Stockton, and West Stockton. Other deputies will be assigned back to the program as patrol staffing allows. As indicated under tab 1 in your budget binder, concurrent with the adoption of the budget, the board is requested to approve the sheriff's expenditure plan for the state COPS monies for frontline law enforcement services as required by Government Code 30061C1. As shown in the budget narrative on page D106, expenditures were projected at $1.1 million for the 2020-21 COPS patrol budget, which includes the existing fund balance of $755,000 to cover the cost of 1 deputy sheriff, software maintenance and upgrades, training and travel, equipment purchases, and other program expenses. Instead of returning to your board in July with a separate agenda item to specifically authorize the items in the budget, this action is recommended to be included as part of the final budget adoption. The District Attorney's Office continues to be successful in obtaining grant funds from other outside funding. Approximately $11 million is included in the 2020-21 DA budgets. Funding provides a total of $1.3 million available for the Family Justice Center budget, $800,000 for the insurance fraud investigation and prosecution, $2.9 million for victim and witness programs, $4 million for HSA programs, $600,000 for child abduction budget, $600,000 for the Ready to Work program, and $800,000 for other DA programs. The Public Defender's Office has seen an impact from SB 1437. Of the 87 petitions filed to date, 59 of these petitions are with the Public Defender's Office, and 28 petitions, it's the mask, are with court-assigned counsel. Eligible applicants include 432 incarcerated persons and 78 persons on lifetime parole. The 2020-21 recommended probation budget is $92.1 million, which is an increase of $3.8 million from the 2019-20 adjusted budget. With the governor's May revise, there is a proposal to eliminate the State Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ, and realign the responsibility of youth from DJJ to county probation. The department is monitoring the proposal closely and is working to ensure an appropriate level of funding is identified to support care of these youth. Realignment funding is also proposed to be reduced 13% in the May revise, and the probation department will receive approximately $22.8 million in base funds with no growth funds in 2020-21. The department is not receiving growth funding for fiscal year 2019-20 either. Any shortfalls will be covered by the department from the local community corrections fund. Funding in the amount of $675,000 has been included in the 2020-21 recommended budget for the Canlis Basement Capital Improvement Project, which is intended for interior improvements within the existing Canlis building to provide for the Community Accountability and Prevention Services Unit and the Reconnect Day Reporting Center program. General Services plans to complete this project by 2020-21. The 2020-21 recommended budget for child support is $17.7 million, which is a decrease of $1.1 million from the 2019-20 adjusted budget due to COVID-19 impacts. Due to efforts led by San Joaquin County in 2019, $19.1 million was allocated from the state general fund for a total of $56 million, with a federal match of $36.9 million to 21 underfunded local child support agencies. Our county's allocation was $3.1 million in 2019-20, with an additional $3.1 million to be added in 2020-21 and 2021-22. However, due to the economic impacts brought by COVID-19, California is projected to have a budget shortfall of $24.3 billion in 2020. As a result, the second year of the child support enforcement funding increase of an additional $3.1 million was eliminated from the governor's revised budget in May. Additionally, the child support program is identified to be funded at the 2018-19 level statewide. In order to reduce the impact to the original 21 underfunded counties, the state created and applied a reduction methodology for $56 million to all local child support agencies. This resulted in a decrease of $1 million instead of an increase of $3.1 million to San Joaquin County's 2020-21 allocation. As a result of these budget impacts, child support includes staffing reductions in the recommended budget, with a net of 15 positions proposed to be eliminated and 12 employees potentially impacted.
Mr. Rose, I want to make sure we clarify. We meant to say $54.3 billion for the state budget deficit. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah. Did I not say
You
that?
said 24. It's 54.
No oxygen.
That darn mask again.
Supplemental funding requests for all law and justice departments total $2.2 million. Funding of $948,000 is recommended in the following departments. The sheriff has requested funding of $673,000, which includes only one-time funding requests. Requests include funding of $626,000 for a computer-aided dispatch and records management system, which will integrate with evidence.com system, tasers, drones, and body-worn cameras. Once fully implemented, there will be a decrease in ongoing software license costs and a reduction in the need for resources due to system efficiencies. The department also requested $47,000 to purchase upgraded tasers. The recommended budget includes the additional $673,000 to support these supplemental requests. The district attorney has requested funding of $1 million, which includes adding 10 positions and $100,000 in one-time funding. The requested positions include 1 deputy district attorney, 1 DA investigator, 1 office assistant, 1 paralegal, and 1 victim advocate to address workload increases due to SB 384, the sex offender registration bill. The requested positions also include 5 office assistants to address increased workload due to increased and more complex discovery processes. The recommended budget does not include funding to support these supplemental requests. Okay.
What?
I can go back. We kind of lost power. Thank you. The public defender has requested funding of $257,000 to add 1 deputy public defender to staff the collaborative courts previously staffed by law students supervised by members of the Bar Association at a net county cost of $48,000. and a deputy public defender to address an increased workload anticipated from SB 384. The recommended budget includes the additional $48,000 to support the collaborative courts position, but does not fund the SB 384 request. Correctional Health Services has requested funding of $232,000 to fund a staff nurse to address increased triage requests due to AB 45 and a dental assistant to support expanded dental services. The recommended budget includes the additional $232,000 to support this supplemental request. Chair Miller, members of the board, this concludes my presentation of the Law and Justice Functional Area. At this time, I would like to invite Sheriff Pat Withrow up to say a few words. Once the sheriff concludes, all Law and Justice Department heads and staff will be available for questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. How are you today?
Good. I just want to know, do we all get to sign the cast at the end of this? Nice. So thank you for this opportunity. Hey, I just wanted to say a few words. First of all, thank you all over the almost 2 years now that I've been here as sheriff for your support during these difficult times. I'm going to take this off so I can speak. And you've always been very supportive to us. Some of the things I've done, I know have brought attention to you guys and flack that you've had to handle because of some of the things that I've done, but you've always been so supportive for the men and women at the Sheriff's Office. I'm very appreciative of that. I want to thank the CAO's office for their work and working with us and helping us get through these difficult times. Of course, Sandy and Chris have been amazing, and we threw kind of a monkey wrench at them this time. We started the budget process with about 17 supplementals we were going to ask for. And then COVID hit, and we saw what direction things were going. They contacted us, and we immediately, after the phone call, went back in. I got my staff together and told them what information that the CAO's office had just told us. And immediately they cut all those recommendations or those requests down to just the two, the Axon system and then the tasers for inside the jail there. And so I really appreciate the hard work that they had to go back over that again and change that after we'd already submitted it. But we knew what the county was going through, and we wanted to be good partners in that. So we've had some other things exciting things that have been happening. We had a grant that we'd already been approved, and I haven't got to talk to the CAO about that. And I know I kind of spring these things on her sometimes, but this is a good one. That the Department of Justice, Office of Justice programs, we had already been approved for $118,000 worth of upgrading our systems and records. And they went back in the past few days, Jennifer and Captain Colling, and got them to allow us to change that over to our Axon system. So of that 650 that we were asking, we'll be able to throw another 118,000 at that. So not a big chunk, but every little bit helps. And thank Captain Colling and Jennifer Van Stein for their hard work on that and getting that happening. Also, Jennifer's working on recouping some of our potential term I'm looking for, where we have to pay our maintenance fees on the current programs that we have, and we're going to be changing to Axon. So we're going to hopefully recruit some of those. Those are $240,000 a year for maintenance fees. So hopefully we'll be recouping some of that. Obviously, you guys helped us with the signing bonus, and everybody that I can hire over there is actually going to help our retirement system because they're in a different tiered. So we're trying to fill those positions as quickly as possible, and the signing bonus thing that you guys approved for us is going to help us a lot. Another exciting thing that we're starting is with what we call the LEAD program. It's Law Enforcement Applicant Development Program, and we're reaching out from kids from 14 to 20 and start making sure that they become interested in law enforcement careers, and then make sure that their background is clean enough and they stay clear enough to be able to get hired with our departments. And we're putting the onus not only on ourselves, but on the communities of color to make sure the leaders in those communities support these young men and women from the age of 14 to 20, or at least 20 and a half, so we can get them into academies and make sure that our department reflects our community. So we're very excited about that. And then the last thing is the county's team in general. Every time we go and ask for something, perfect example recently was Marcia Cunningham. I think it was yesterday or day before. I don't know, all the days are running together lately. And we brought up another security issue for our staff, all our employees at the sheriff's office, 800 of them. And often we hear in public comment and things that are we don't care about our employees here. Well, I know you guys deeply care about our employees, and you prove it by, first of all, our lobby security that you guys have done have allowed us to upgrade. And then we're going to start trying to secure our parking lots at the sheriff's office. You may be surprised to know that they are not secure and have not ever been secure. And with the threats that have been coming towards us and everything like that, again, we came in out of the blue. Marcia stepped up and found us the money to do that, and we're going to start securing that with the threats that we've been receiving. So through these critical, crazy times that we're going through, you guys have been there for us, and I really appreciate the cooperation and the support that you have done for our sheriff's office. We've had to expend a tremendous amount of money on protecting the peaceful protesters that have been going on from those who wish to do damage and try and hijack their message. So that's going to be an expense to us.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair, thank you very much for coming in, Sheriff, and talking. I know you and I have talked in the past, and at one point you had a program going forward for job training in the construction trades for those that are incarcerated and those that were interested in bettering their lives. Was that cut, or can you share a little bit about that?
It has not been cut. It's moving forward quickly. As a matter of fact, in the next couple of weeks, we should be receiving our forklift simulators, which is very exciting because we'll have a place out at the Honor Farm where we can have classes where they become certified so that when they leave custody, they can get good jobs, good paying jobs, sometimes union jobs at any of the warehouses around where they are already certified to drive a forklift. They don't have to go back out and try and survive with no skill set or anything like that. We're trying to build that up along with the building trades. We're moving forward with teaching, framing and roofing and all those type of things that has to do with the building trades, so that they too can get good jobs as they leave and have a skill set when they leave. So all that is moving forward and should be hitting really quickly.
When would you have the construction trades going on at your facilities?
How quickly? I would hope by the end of this year that we'll have that up and running. Again, it comes down to getting the teachers to be able to come in and getting our facility set up where we have the tools and everything that they need to be able to do those. But it's moving along very quickly.
If I'd volunteer, I sit on the board for Stockton for the Stockton Builders Exchange. But if you need some donations or tools or anything to help that may not have been anticipated, let me know, because I'll bring it to the board and bring it to the Builders Exchange. We would very much be in support of it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Looking forward to it. Thank you for the great work and the efforts you're doing on your behalf.
Thank you.
Your department. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair. I appreciate the efforts certainly yourself and your staff have put forth, and in my particular district, I assume the other districts, the Sheriff's Department and Public Works are probably the two agencies that I deal with most frequently, because the constituents obviously have concerns and they bring them to me, and then they come to you or some of your staff. I do have some questions in regards to some of the programs and expenditures. For example, when you add a lieutenant to coordinate supervised targeted activities for community revitalization to address behavioral illness crisis, homelessness, blight abatement, and ordinance compliance, I assume this is commercial cannabis and hemp enforcement, and provide management for the sheriff's voting safety. So is that lieutenant going to have a staff, or is that lieutenant just going to coordinate with existing resources?
No, it's a position that we tried to fund ourselves. I eliminated one of the 3 assistant sheriff positions, and we took that funding so that we could almost totally, I believe it was only $14,000 we had to come up with for the 2 lieutenant positions, and 1 correctional and 1 operational side. And we are gonna he's gonna have a team with him, and we're gonna do that as we hire and go on. And we'll pull from some of the staff that we have now if we have to pull a couple from AgNet or other places, but we anticipate a workload increase with the marijuana and hemp, and obviously we want to stay engaged with even more with the homeless issue, which is huge amongst our constituents, that it really impacts their quality of life. So we're anticipating that we're going to need a team to go out and make sure that the hemp and marijuana grows stay safe, stay within compliance, work with the other compliance agencies here in the county, and then of course we have all the illegal and grows still going on, which is impacting a lot of our metro. Which, by the way, year to date in these first 6 months has confiscated just about $1.5 million in cash in operations that they have conducted so far in asset forfeiture. Of course, not all of that goes to us, but a big chunk of it will, which is fantastic. And they've done that, and they were closed for about 2 or 3 months because of the COVID scare. And so we've been very proactive on that side, but much of it is coming from illegal marijuana grows and hemp grows, and we're thinking that the cartels are having a lot of trouble moving their cash right now because of the COVID enforcement down near the borders and things like that. So there's a lot of it laying around. So we were just anticipating the impact that's going to have on our department. We're trying to get out ahead of it so we don't lose control of it and stay on top of it. And that's why we requested that lieutenant's position, so that we have one supervisor who will be in charge of this group to make sure that we stay on top of these problems that we think are going to be coming. And to make sure that the legal grows that are going to occur here, whether they're hemp or marijuana, stay safe, as I've always said. So that's why we moved in that direction.
Well, I appreciate that. The reason I bring it up is that's a wide range of activities, certainly for one supervisor. And the other part of it is, which I think you clarified, is that there will be staffing available at some point in time, because all these things, if you lump together, it's more than just a full-time job. And even if you utilize your existing resources, the coordination is going to be just very complicated.
You're right, and we would love to have a ton more people, and maybe next year I'll be able to come back, and maybe with some of the revenues, that these tax revenues that are be coming in, we'll be able to support that with more. But we're asking a lot from the men and women that work for us right now, and they have stepped up, and you know, when they need help, they'll ask AgNet or they'll ask Metro and things like that, and we'll find a way to stay on top of it until we can get more bodies and we're more fiscally sound as we get through this and find out where we're at. But we got to start somewhere, and we're going to start with one, and he'll probably have the same sleeping patterns I do. So.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate certainly the beginning, as you say, and as it develops. There's also a 19,500 allocation for increase in psychological services. What does that entail? Well,
as you know, our staff is exposed to a lot of trauma on a daily basis, and we have always tried to stay in front of to make sure that our staff is well taken care of, and that when incidents occur, we mandate them. As is often being requested now by a lot of the groups due to the reaction of some officers across the country and how they behave. So we want to make sure that our staff stays healthy, and unfortunately nowadays we've been involved in more critical incidents and things like that, and so oftentimes requiring our staff to go more often over to see the departmental psychologist and make sure that they stay healthy mentally and physically. And those prices rise as the years go on, and so we're just making sure that we're taking care of the men and women that work there, that they stay healthy, and by staying healthy, that when they're out on the streets, they're treating all our citizens properly. And if we see a problem that occurs, which sometimes occurs in law enforcement, whether it's substance abuse or anything like that, that we immediately jump on it and mandate that their mental health is taken care of, and that they're safe to be put out on the street or work in custody.
I appreciate that. I certainly appreciate the professionalism in regards to the treatment, because my experience is that there are those who are generic in regards to their training and certainly their treatment, and then there are those who specialize in law enforcement, which seem to be more effective in regards to some of the issues you've raised. The other, just a suggestion, and obviously you have a lot on your plate, but I've seen peer counseling programs that have been very successful, especially when you talk about these type of incidents, which oftentimes need just somebody there who's been through it to share their experience, to encourage them to work it out.
You're absolutely right. We do have a peer support group of 20 or more people at this point. I was a member of that as I came up through the ranks, and I reached out and took advantage of it myself after several shootings and critical incidents. And you're right, there's nothing better than peers watching out for peers. Watching somebody in briefing, walking up and pulling them aside afterwards and say, hey, is everything okay? Can we get you some help? Do you need anything? How's your family? And we stress that on a regular basis at our department, that we watch out for each other, we take care of each other, and it is not a shameful thing to ask for help. So we do have a strong peer support that responds to every critical incident, and we've added the chaplaincy program, which is just one more layer that on a religious side can reach out and offer assistance. And it's been exciting. Other police departments have reached out to our chaplain and asked them to come to their critical incidents to make sure that they're okay. So we do have that program. I thank you for bringing that up, because we want to make sure that we keep publicizing that to make sure that all our employees know that it is not only okay but expected to ask for help when they're having struggles.
I appreciate that. I think certainly in this time in our country and the discussions that are taking place, I think it's important, certainly through the peer support program or just through your management supervisory staff and certainly deputies themselves, that they see things that you wouldn't see, and they need to be encouraged to step up and challenge their peers in regards to things before it becomes something, on national media or certainly the front page of the newspaper. So I appreciate that. A couple other things. It talks about developing, enhancing technologies, creating public access to alternatives to incarceration, alternative work programs to promote enrollment. What would that look like?
Well, we're working very hard. Our numbers have kind of gone down at the alternative work program. Obviously, it's been shut down because of COVID, but before that, our numbers are going down. And I used to run that program, so I'm very familiar with it. And so it's when I came in, we kind of had to change the mindset there at the alternative work program. It was like we were acting like cops and we were trying to catch people doing bad things. And we wanted to change the mindset from trying to catch people so that we could fail them from the program to try and make them successful, give them what they need to be successful on the program. And so we're just working real hard. We have a program where we reach out to the people in custody to try and entice them into coming in and joining the program. If it's a financial issue, we'll work with them on that. We changed that fee schedule there so that it was more fair for people to be on the program, whether they're in custody or out. It was based on their amount of income that they make as to what they would pay, a sliding scale, to be on the program. So we're just trying to be more proactive. Eventually, we will have the alternative work program down in the new building here. So we can strike while the iron's hot when somebody's really appreciative that a judge has given them the opportunity to do the program instead of going to custody. So before letting them walk out that door and go home and forget about how happy they feel about not going to jail, we like to reach out and try and get them signed up immediately at that point. So we're gonna start that as soon as we can get the office space to do so down here. And so we're just trying to be proactive and reach out and engage with either inmates that are in custody or do everything we can that those who are walking through our front door to sign up and get them on these programs, because if they're not a threat to our community, a physical threat to the community, we don't want them taking up a bed inside custody that costs so much for our taxpayers to fund. And another exciting new thing I'll be presenting to you after the budget hearings is we have started with our new tablets in the jail at no cost to the county at all. Every inmate is going to have a tablet that's assigned to them that they have to turn in at the end of the evening, so it will charge. We have full control of those tablets. It has no access to the outside world other than they can receive mail from home, which we will monitor, and phone calls they'll be able to do on that, which we will monitor. But but it'll have all kinds of programs on there that are offered throughout our jail, but some people who are housed certain ways don't have access to. So now everyone will have access to these learning programs, or learn how to sign up for the alternative work program or home detention and things like that. We can reach out to them through their tablets to encourage them to join these type of programs, or at least try and enroll in them. It's an amazing opportunity to, again, use our educational things that we were just talking about through these tablets. They'll have a law library. They'll have all kinds of information that they'll be able to access through these tablets. They can be shut down at any time if there's a misuse or a discipline issue or anything like that.
So I'm really trying to multitask.
I hope that's not a voice in my head I'm hearing.
No, it's not just you.
Just wanted to make sure. Had that mask
On mute, that's called in.
for a while and didn't know if it was carbon monoxide. Wanted to make sure that this is another thing. Well, they'll have access that we can reach out and try and encourage them to be on the alternative work programs, home detention type programs, and give them an opportunity to turn their lives around. So we're doing a lot of positive, aggressive things in custody, and people who might have to come into custody, to give them an alternative to that.
Again, I appreciate that. One of the reasons I asked that is I got a call from a president of a chamber who's very interested in our Clean San Joaquin program, and his question was, what resources would be available? And I know you probably have plans for this program, but it'd be nice, because one of the frequent, I'm sure the other supervisors get the same complaints, is graffiti, brush, et cetera, and working with the fire chiefs, et cetera. So as you develop this and expand it, I would appreciate looking at some possibility, because like you say, giving somebody something to do to I guess maybe be exposed to some responsible task, et cetera, is helpful, as Supervisor Petty talks about, helpful in getting you back in the workforce.
Yeah, and that's our community core program that usually handles those type of things, and those are for people who are in custody that we put into vans and take out to clean those type of things up. And it's very positive, because we want to make sure that they go out and hard for our community to pay back their debt to our society, and hopefully when they come back they're a little tired and would like to not cause as many problems in custody. So it's a win-win for both sides.
You also talked about funds were approved to hire part-time deputy sheriffs to perform evidence disposition, which is expected to assist backlogged cases. I understand that's administrative, but one of the things that we've talked about, certainly in regards to our ordinances, is the enforcement of those. And we have a very small code enforcement staff. And we do have a lot of violations going on, as you talked about earlier, with cannabis and hemp and a lot of other things. So I guess my question would be, is as far as part-time deputies, if the opportunity arises to utilize them in some type of ordinance enforcement activities, because unfortunately when we don't handle those problems, they continue to grow and people become almost blatant in regards to violating them, because so who's going to cite me or whatever. And I think the other part of it is our code enforcement does a great job, but it's also sometimes a deputy sheriff's experience is the ability to interact with people and get them to comply, as we're talking about COVID-19 and the educational process.
Yes, we look forward to, we have met with and look forward to working with code enforcement and assisting them in any way we can. They've been very positive about our interaction and wanting to work with us and moving forward. And yes, a lot of our complaints and a lot of the problems are code enforcers can get us in the door. They can really solve these quality of life issues for neighbors on a blighted area that is constantly problems, constant calls for service, those type of things. That they are an integral part of getting us the opportunity in there to really address those issues, and we always start with the warning process, but there has to be that hammer behind to really enforce these changes and make property owners or the people themselves, the renters or whoever, responsible and force them to make changes so that they're not negatively affecting the people around them.
Good, thank you. The social worker position, could you explain just a little bit about the use of that
The social worker position, or the two in custody, I assume is what you're
Right.
speaking to. It's a new program that we started. Assistant Sheriff Williamson, this is kind of his baby, and it's an amazing thing. Our social workers are there. Instead of just saying, okay, your time's up, you're walking out the front door of the jail, good luck, go live under a bridge, whatever it is, you don't have any work skills, they start working with our inmates. They're monitoring outdates and things like that, either a month or two ahead of time, if not longer, and they're there to start exposing them to the services that are available. What do you need? What don't you have when you walk out the front door of our jail? So not only are we offering all these type of work programs and things now, and educational, or if they need a driver's license, anything like that in custody, we've got someone to help them. They may not have the skill set to know how to open up a checking account or know how to fill out an application because they've never done that. So this social worker is there to address or get them people who can address any of these issues that they need before they go outside our jail and have to go back into society. And obviously the goal is to have them never come back again and never have them victimize another one of our citizens. So it's an amazing program that we're very proud of. Hopefully we can expand it over the years. But the other side of that is hopefully we won't have to because we'll have less people in custody. So it's a neat program and we're excited about it, but it's fairly new right now.
Well, it's good. I think in San Bernardino County, they actually start 6 months before their release. And actually some of them go out into the outside world and actually intern on jobs. So when they are released, they actually continue that work. So I'm sure Assistant Sheriff Williamson is on top of that. But I think
he could speak a lot more on it than I can. But those are great ideas.
Okay. Behavioral Health Incentive Program talks about a variety, including behavioral health issues. The goal of the program is to transfer inmates to a less restrictive housing environment. One of the things is you talk about also in your budget is the new jail facility. And the additional, was it over $4 million you received for an additional unit, which I know at one time there was talk about having a unit set aside for behavioral health, those type of inmates. Is this kind of a movement towards providing a set location within your facility to really focus on those inmates who, what is it, 20% sometimes have behavioral health or mental health issues? Is that kind of what this is all about?
Absolutely. We were built as a jail facility, and back then we thought about physical health a lot, but we weren't as concerned as much with mental health. So we don't necessarily have the place where they can be isolated with just people there for helping the mental health side of people with the mental issues that we're hearing. We hear so much about this, us having in law enforcement having to deal people with mental health issues out on the street and how dangerous that is. And it's the same way in custody. So we want to make sure that we have these extra beds at the new facility, as well as we have housing units for people with mental health issues and physical medical issues at the jail, where they're more protective, where they're not necessarily out with the general population. They can mill around with each other, have more psychological services available for them there to help try and correct these issues that they have or get them stabilized on their medication and those type of things. So, yeah, we're directly trying to impact that with the new facility. We're very excited to get the $4 million, around the $4 million that we got for adding that little section on. So will it be enough? Probably not. We have a lot of mental health issues in our facility. But again, it's a really good start, a start that a lot of other places don't have. So we're very excited about that.
Good. I appreciate that. A couple more. The Agriculture Narcotics Property Enforcement Team, is that, I assume that's separate from AgNet?
Agricultural Gang Narcotics Enforcement Team. No, that's AgNet.
Okay. All right. So it's created a dedicated Agriculture Narcotics Property Enforcement Team. So that's one and the same as the other unit.
Yes, that was kind of my baby when I came into the office, and we knew that what was happening to our farmers and our ranchers was all driven by gangs and narcotics mostly. You know, people are out there stealing stuff so they can buy dope, or the gangs are doing the burglaries and stealing weapons and TVs and electronics so that they can sell those to buy weapons. So we wanted a team that made sure that it crossed all those lines, that we were out there engaging with our ranchers and farmers out in our rural areas, and yet they were able to roll these things back to where the gang members and the people with drug abuse problems, substance abuse problems, live if they live back in the city areas, and be able to engage both of those things to make an impact, to protect our farmers and ranchers, and yet make it safer back in the more city areas of our county. So this team has been amazing with what they've been able to do as far as taking weapons not only in the county but throughout the cities in our county. Stockton just recently announced an amazing drop in crimes, and I would like to think, I guess maybe ego-wise, but like to think we had a little bit to do with that, because we work so closely now with Stockton PD and all the other law enforcement agencies, working with these type of units, working together and impacting these type of things. That AgNet unit, for years we knew somebody was manufacturing altered firearms in one certain housing area in the city, and our AgNet guys, through their enforcement, were able to make a car stop and roll that back and found that person that was doing that. And it had been years we've been looking for that person. So this type of proactivity is, I believe, really making a huge impact throughout the county.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll end with this. I understand, and obviously from where you sit, you see a lot of things that obviously I'm not aware of. But I would offer that one of the things, at least in my district, certainly with my municipal advisory councils in my district, has been controversial, to say the least, is the loss of community deputies. And I have to admit, to be honest with you, that over the years I've been extremely impressed with all the deputies, but especially the community deputies at the MAC meetings. They are so informative, so in tune with the community, and the communities absolutely love them. And the reason I bring it up, and I understand your decision, but I think one of the things that law enforcement, I think, has learned going back to the 60s and the turmoil that we experienced back there. You know, when we were having all the demonstrations, et cetera, law enforcement was not equipped at that. And in fact, I remember talking with LAPD in regards to their training or lack of it, et cetera. But I would say one of the things that I have found over the years is that that the interaction with the community, in fact, Bob Vernon, who was the deputy chief under Darrell Gates when Rodney King happened, when he was a commander in the basically the South Central Division, which is primarily whites and African American, but he started his own community policing before it became vogue or popular, and he actually sent officers out within the community, PAL programs, a whole bunch of things. And it was interesting because in his book, LA Heat, when he talks about, the evolution and what happened during that period, he said in that particular division, there weren't any riots, there wasn't any burning, there wasn't any, mayhem, so to speak. And when the residents were asked why, they didn't, because obviously, naturally, because of Rodney King and what had happened, why they didn't. And they said, well, those aren't our officers, because they had a relationship. They knew their officers, and they knew their officers wouldn't be doing those type of things. And the reason I bring that up is that I think in this stage of our discussion nationwide and actually worldwide, I think in my experience in having community officers, those are probably the best link to the community for a variety of reasons, but if for no other reason, because they know their name. The deputies provide their cell phone. I mean, there's so many pluses I would hope that as soon as possible you could restore that program, because it will go to the recruitment you're talking about, because I've seen community officers who go to the schools, they go to the high schools, they know the community, and they are really ambassadors, not just for the sheriff's department, but for the county. And I would hope we could get those staffing levels up so that we can return that program to its full strength, because it has, and especially in the future, it's going to have a tremendous benefit for the residents of this county and certainly for the sheriff's department.
You're absolutely right. That was one of the most difficult decisions coming right in the gate to have to make, and it's one that I'm committed to you and to our citizens that as soon as we can, we're getting them back out there. You are 100% right that they are invaluable to our community, and I realize that, and we're doing everything we can to get them back out there, and the moment we can, I know Under Sheriff Lindsay on a daily basis is looking at the numbers, who's coming out of the academy, how many people are coming off our training program, okay, can we put one back yet? And so we are very cognizant of that. Captain Cooling is every month on the virtual phone calls with the different communities, and they ask those questions all the time, so I appreciate you bringing it to the forefront again, and our commitment to you is that we will get that full staffed as quickly the day that we can. We will get people back out there.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my comment also had to do with the community car program, because I'm very happy to see that we've at least restored the 4 now. You've already just talked at length here about the value of that program, and I appreciate also your commitment to get that back up fully staffed as quickly as possible. But can you give us any idea as to when you think we'll be getting that back up?
Yeah, I think we have a total of 13 in the academy right now, 7 in one and 8 in the other. So they'll be hitting our training program quickly. Obviously, our training program, when they come to our place, is another 6 months till they can function independently as an officer. But we have some that are going to be coming off the training program very soon here. I think 3 months. 2 months, 3 months that we have another group that will be coming off the training program. So at that time, we'll be able to trickle another 1 or 2 back out into the program. So if we can somehow, and we're really we're revamping our training program right now on the street. As you know, our hiring process, we've had to go back and kind of really revamp. And now we're looking at our training program to make sure that this new generation of officer that's coming in, that we can, first of all, teach them in the manner that we need to so they can learn the skill sets they need. Second of all, that we don't scare them off and they decide after going to an academy and starting on the streets a few weeks, this job's not for me. We want to make sure that we engage with them properly to make them want to stay around. And so if we could possibly, which normally doesn't happen, but if we could possibly get that 13 to make it through the training program, then that would be a huge step to being able to get a tremendous amount of people back in our community car program. So we are doing everything that we possibly can. Some of the programs I talked about, attracting future generations here to start moving towards law enforcement, but we're really looking internally at ourselves. What are we doing with this new generation to make sure that they are successful and competent and safe and treat people right when we get them through our program and put them out on the street, because we've become very much more violent out on the street than when I started, or when Supervisor Wynn was out there. There used to be a saying that you probably won't even have to draw your gun when you're a police officer. And now we're unfortunately having to get people new holsters because they're drawing them so much. So it's a very dangerous culture out there right now. So attracting people to want to come do this in this environment is very difficult, and So we're adjusting the way we do things. We can't do things the way that we've always have. We've got to make sure that we're using new techniques to make sure that they're absorbing the information and that they're safe out there, and as I said, treating our public properly. So we're doing everything we can, and the quicker we can do that, and the quicker we can get bodies on, the quicker I can get that filled back up again.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for telling us about all the great things all the great programs that you're instituting and continuing out there in the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. Sheriff, I just want to say thank you for that presentation, first of all, and what a great job you're doing. And I talked to a lot of your officers, and they're extremely happy. The enthusiasm at the jail is really up, and really looking forward to your next term. You're doing great. Also, the project you did on Waterloo and 99, the cleanup, got a lot of rave reviews. Everybody's really happy with that. I was wondering if we could, there's a lot more projects throughout the county, if we could somehow, those vans like you talked about earlier, do some more cleanups throughout the county would be wonderful.
Yeah, we're trying to work closely with our partners here throughout the county, and any assistance we can be on that, any ones that we can identify and then partner with them. The resources we have, the manpower we have, the captured manpower we have at our department that we can take out there and make a difference in cleaning up. And then, but the important thing is that prior to the cleanup is to reaching out into these homeless and camps and offering services and trying getting people out of that cycle that they're stuck in. And so we're trying to work hand in hand and make that happen. I know that's a big topic every time I go out in public and speak with our citizens, and so we're trying to do as much as we can to be good partners in that and help our citizens that are stuck in that type of poverty. It's a shame that that's happening here in America, and we would like San Joaquin County to be the example to every place else of how we be the first ones to make sure that we turn this around and cure as much of that as we can.
Okay, your next project, we can work on District 1. That'd be great. We have a lot. Okay. So I'll stay in touch with you with that, and thank you for all your help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sheriff, I'd also like to thank you for this presentation. I think it's really important, not just for the board, but for the public to hear about all of these very innovative programs that you're embracing. You aren't just being dragged kicking and screaming into doing it. You're looking for them. You're being very proactive about it. I think adding the correctional social workers is a great improvement to the process. I think that providing the tablets to help get folks while they're still incarcerated connected to programs and services that can really help them restore their lives and become productive citizens and reduce recidivism, breaking this cycle. I just think it's critically important embracing this LEAD program to make sure that you're planning for the future so that your department, our sheriff's department, is reflective of the community that it serves. I think that's just critically important. We're hearing that in these conversations all across the country right now, how important it is to make sure that the officers come from the community and they're part of all the different kinds of neighborhoods in the communities. I think all of these are important. And your work program, I think the changes that you instituted early on, now I have an individual that I know that made a bad mistake and drew a sentence and is now leading a very productive, very positive life back in the community, said the one thing that made the biggest difference to them throughout the entire process was the work program. That it forced them to come to grips with the fact that they had really made a bad choice and a big mistake, but it also restored in them confidence that they still had something worthwhile to give and let them know that there was going to be life afterwards, and it was through the value of hard work. And this is an individual that always worked in an office and was put on a landscaping crew out at the historical museum.
Nice.
And did that for months and said it was one of the best things that ever happened to him. So your program really does have an impact on people, And so thank you. I think hearing about it is important for all of us.
Well, good. Thank you very much. We love to hear those success stories, and I'd just like to mention the DA is an integral part of this. She does a great job, and her staff does a great job of helping people clean up their records. A lot of times it hits homes with us because sometimes as officers you get in trouble and you get a letter of reprimand or a letter of counseling, something like that. And then after a while you're allowed to request to have that removed because it's not a stigma on you forever. And it's kind of the same thing with our citizens. We all made mistakes growing up. Some of us got caught doing those mistakes. Other ones didn't and became sheriff. Everybody makes a mistake. We want to help those who want help and change their lives. So it's great to have law enforcement here in San Joaquin County that is working towards that for all our folks.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I have a question for the district attorney, if she's available.
I believe she's headed down this way now. Thank you, Sheriff.
Morning, Madam Chairperson, members of the board.
Morning.
I take this off or is it required?
You're okay. We got a cover there, so we're changing it after each speaker.
Thank you.
I have just a question, and because I'm looking at the numbers on workload data, and from 2016, looking at the numbers to 2021. For example, on misdemeanor filings in 16, it was 16,589, obviously fiscal year 16-17. And the projected for next year is 6,639. That's a 10,000 number reduction. I understand a lot of the laws that have been passed, or the propositions which have eliminated a lot of, but that's my first question is why are we so low, like Stockton 10,000 to 2,000, and yet, and I don't know what the statistic, because in 16 there isn't any for traffic, but for example, just this year to next year is 9,800 traffic to 15,300, and same for Stockton, et cetera. In other words, I guess there's massive swings in numbers. My question is just simply is why those wide swings or differences in the numbers between then and now.
And you nailed it on the head. We separated the traffic out. As you look, we didn't have 16, 17, 17, 18. And those numbers were combined often with the misdemeanors, and it was commingled and not really leading the data to the whole story. So they've been, and you can see kind of the correlation. Those numbers are being moved out of the misdemeanor realm. More tickets are being issued, but are being issued in the infraction ticket arena versus in the misdemeanor. And so we were able to start separating those out a little bit. We're still not completely done with that data extraction, if you will, but that allowed us to get a better look at how many were truly misdemeanors versus a traffic infraction, a traffic misdemeanor, so we're trying to navigate, and that's why there's that weird swing in the numbers. Also, like you said, the changes in the law and citing and release, and then COVID is another factor as well, are going to probably bring all of our numbers a little bit quirky next year, but we are trying to do a better job at extracting that information.
Okay, so it's the way the numbers are distributed is basically the main reason for the differences, the swings. Okay, makes sense. Just one other question in regards to the misdemeanor unit. It talks about 13 deputies in that unit, and I guess, and I'm not, because I know there's a lot more that goes on in every unit other than just court cases, because it talks about 43 court cases or trials. I'm sorry. Now, if you boil that down, that's about a little over 3 per deputy, and I know that misdemeanor trials don't normally go a long way over a period of a year. So in addition to those trials, it's interesting because I remember years ago having a discussion with a deputy district attorney in Alhambra Court in L.A. was talking about, which is also a large staff, but he was talking about how few deputy district attorneys actually try cases as opposed to, the overall, and he was one of the 3 in the whole office that actually tried. Is that basically what's happening? Do you have deputies who maybe enjoy trials, or they all do trials because I know they're busy, and I know they're working with defense attorneys, and they're working with the judges, and they're working with law enforcement agencies. So could you kind of explain what's going on here with that unit in regards to the numbers? I hate to use numbers because oftentimes they're fallible in regards to the actual picture. So.
Absolutely. We only have so much courtroom availability. So it's all attorneys are capable in our office of doing jury trials, whether it be from consumer fraud to insurance fraud to welfare fraud to auto theft to rapes, robberies, murders, burglaries, across the board, gangs, narcotics. They're all capable of doing trials, but the capability of getting a courtroom is very limited. And so the primary function is those major cases. So as you'll see during the course of the year, we might have 10 to 15 trials out at one time. 5 of those will be, 5 to 8 will be significant crimes of murder, attempted murder, gang shootings, child abuse, and rape. And then the secondary tier is finding spaces for those. So it kind of works its way down. And that's why the misdemeanor attorneys don't get a lot of opportunities to do so. And we've been working with the court to kind of make some accommodations. Back in the day when I was a new attorney, we would do trials in Lodi because their schedule was a little bit lighter. And so we could do a 2-day misdemeanor trial every week. So it gave us that capability to do 52 of them alone in Lodi. Lodi became more impacted, and that resource no longer existed and that limited. So we continued to work with the court to find more courtroom availability to do jury trials, but there just is only so many courtrooms between civil, criminal, and family law and the other responsibilities that the court has in order to get these jury trials out. So it's interesting because our misdemeanor jury trials attorneys are the most aggressive in wanting and needing this experience. It's like being a young officer. You want to be out on the street. You want to get the lived experience. The experience that law school can't teach you is the experience in the courtroom. So they're desperately trying to get those jury trials out, but there simply is not a courtroom availability. And when there is courtroom, it's prioritized by the, if you will, the most violent working its way down. And so that plays a role in it. The other thing is we have been very innovative in our approach to looking at alternatives to incarceration with our LEAD program, which is our law enforcement arrest deflection program, as well as our PNCC program, which was recognized as one of the best in the state and awarded a $5 million grant last year. So there are those opportunities to find different pathways for people to keep them out of the system so we don't have to go back and clean up their history. Most of them are kinds of cases that are not going to result in incarceration based on the sentencing guidelines that we have and we deal with now. So we focus primarily on, and if you look at those trials, they're primarily domestic violence and DUIs, occasional thefts, but really driving those cases because they pose the greatest risk at that conduct and level. And then focusing the other cases on different opportunities to find better ways to resolve them and move people and get them back into functioning and healthy responsibility in the community. So that's where we look. Yeah, we would love to have more courtrooms. There are 2, I believe, that have not been developed out by the courthouse. I think in the future, as the population continues to grow, those will be developed. But right now, as it always has been, it is courtroom availability as to how many trials we can get out.
I appreciate that. Is it still a pattern in the courts for numerous continuances in cases? Is that still a pattern that occurs?
Yes, unfortunately it does, and it's going to get, I think, a lot trickier with the COVID. You know, we've lost a third of our year. Soon, if we don't get going back here pretty soon, it could be even a greater number. So as you can see, we do high volume of cases, between 25 and 30,000 cases flow through. So to lose 33% of that capability to process those cases, absent those that are time not waived in custody, it means we're stockpiling. So we know that August, September, October, November are going to be jam-packed, which are busy for us anyway. So we are looking at mechanisms on how and what we can do to resolve some of these cases early and often. We're also doing, I don't know if it's been shared, but we did a Justice 2020 initiative where we're releasing all the data from the district attorney's office the good, the bad, and some of the stuff that isn't so pretty. We're releasing all of that in order to build trust and transparency at the work that we're doing in the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. And in doing so, we're looking at that. And we're analyzing what is the most cost-effective measure. Some cases can get all the way to jury trial before they're dismissed based on new evidence discovered. How could we have discovered that evidence earlier in order to proceed in a more timely fashion and reduce maybe 6, 7, 8 court appearances, which costs money with each court appearance? So we are doing a cost analysis on our appearances in the court and how to expedite and fast track those proceedings. Because as you know, probably as an officer in testifying, you can spend a whole day only to be in there for 5 minutes, or you can wait hours for a 30-second court appearance. And that is not efficient, effective, or timely. And it's interesting because we're really comparing our look at civil court, because as civil attorneys, they are billed by the hour. And so they have no desire whatsoever to sit over in the courthouse. They want to get moving and get their cases. And their cases do move at a more crisp pace than we do. Looking at that as a tool as well to model more effective and more efficient use of resources at the district attorney's.
Well, I appreciate that. And if there's anything the board can do to assist you and obviously the judges in regards to expediting these processes, because I know it's a burden on law enforcement, especially when you have continuances and a deputy or an officer shows up and then they don't testify. And then on top of that, I think, especially for the victims who have to continually appear and then have to go home, which is an inconvenience, especially they're working. So I know it's been around forever, but I suspect that there must be, I'm sure throughout the state, probably the country, there's been frustration on all sides. But I think you're right, and I appreciate your efforts in regards to making a more efficient system because justice needs to be swift to be effective. So, again, thank you for and thank you for answering my questions. It was just a question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to, first, have we received any comments from the public, clerk?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to move on to health services. Thank you. Going to hear from Senior Deputy County Administrator Rod Kawano. Good morning, Mr. Kawano.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, you don't need to put that in.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Rod Kawano, Senior Deputy County Administrator. The next portion of our presentation will cover the health services functional area. And that begins on page F1 in your budget binders. The health services functional area is composed of several budgets supporting the provision of various health-related services. Now, this slide lists the various narratives that are contained in the proposed budget document. The first group of budgets are within the Healthcare Services Agency. The second group are part of the Public Works Department, and the remaining budgets are either standalone or part of another department. The overall recommended appropriation for the health services functional area in 2020-2021 is $807.8 million, which is $58.2 million greater than the previous year. The change consists primarily of salary and benefits adjustments, supplemental staffing costs to address behavioral health managed care network adequacy requirements, and community service providers, including the Mental Health Services Act or MHSA programs. The charts that are displayed reflect the uses and sources of funds. The chart on the left reflects uses of funds and shows that budgeted staffing costs of $412.3 million for nearly 3,200 full-time and extra help staff, which represents about half of overall appropriations. Services and supplies costs account for $328.5 million, or about 40% of the total amount. The chart on the right indicates funding sources, with state and federal funding estimated at $237.6 million, hospital special revenue projected at $362.4 million, and general fund support of $26.4 million, or about 3.3%. following are some of the highlights for various budgets within the health services functional area, beginning with the Healthcare Services Agency. The combined budget for the Healthcare Services Agency, including Correctional Health Services and Veterans Services Office, which are located in other functional areas, totals $350.6 million, which is a $62.2 million increase from the prior year, largely reflecting mental health program costs and capital improvements. As reflected in the table on page F10, the net county cost for all healthcare services budgets totals $34.4 million, including $31.1 million in net county costs for budgets within the general fund and $3.3 million transferred to the mental health fund. Staffing changes include a net increase of 21 full-time positions, including 15 medical examiner positions that were transferred from the previous sheriff's office budget, and a net increase of 12.3 full-time equivalent extra help staff. Behavioral Health Services, or BHS, administers the county's allocation of MHSA funds. $73.7 million is programmed for 2020-21 in accordance with a community-wide planning process and consistent with the board's strategic priorities, such as improving public safety and addressing homelessness. The required MHSA prudent reserve is at $6.9 million. MHSA funding is allocated for various prevention, intervention, and treatment efforts within the 5 component areas that are listed on the slide. Due to the fiscal impacts that are anticipated from COVID-19 measures, BHS will continue current MHSA programs, but hold off on any expansion of services until MHSA funding stabilizes. The mental health budget includes significant funding for supplemental staffing necessary to comply with provider network adequacy requirements. Currently, the county has no specialized residential programs to treat individuals with co-occurring substance use and mental health disorders. During 2019-20, BHS was awarded a total of $5.4 million in funding from the California Health Facilities Financing Authority, or CHAFA, for 2 16-bed treatment facilities. The CHAFA funds will be used to finance the construction of the facilities, with MHSA and Medi-Cal funds used to provide ongoing treatment services. Construction is anticipated to begin in fall 2020. Public health services will continue investigating, monitoring, and responding to communicable disease cases such as tuberculosis, valley fever, sexually transmitted diseases, and, of course, COVID-19. The department has played a lead role in COVID-19 response, including activation of the Public Health Operations Center, increasing capacity to perform laboratory testing, and other mitigation and tracking efforts. At minimum, approximately 115 hired staff and volunteers are anticipated to be trained and available for COVID-19 contact tracing, meeting the attestation requirement of 15 per 100,000 residents. The public health facility replacement has been moving forward and is expected to break ground in 2020 following receipt of construction bids this summer. The Healthcare Services Administration staff will continue working with General Services on the public health facility replacement project, in addition to space planning for an emergency medical services replacement facility and overall Healthcare Services Agency administration operations. Similar to past years, as allowed by the State Welfare and Institutions Code, a portion of mental health realignment funding will be redirected to support public health services and Healthcare Services Administration. The 2020-2021 amount amounts to about $1.5 million, comprising $340,000 for public health services and $1.2 million for Healthcare Services Administration. The recommended amounts have been evaluated by Healthcare Services and incorporated into the overall agency proposed budget in order to ensure the most cost-effective use of available resources to maximize client outcomes. During 2019-2020, several county departments collaborated to assist with the transition of medical examiner operations from the Sheriff's Office to Healthcare Services. In 2020-2021, a new budget will be created for the medical examiner within the Healthcare Services Agency. 15 positions and operating costs are being transferred to the new budget effective July 1. Funding for equipment and vehicles are also included in the recommended budget. Human Resources has been working closely with the Chief Medical Examiner to create classes, recruit for, and fill the necessary positions. Madam Chair, at this point in the presentation, with your permission, I'd like to ask Dr. Hunter to come up and make a couple comments.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Hunter. We've been looking forward to this update.
It has been a while since I've approached the board. I did want to bring up where we are as far as the transition goes. We are, well, there's been a bit of a delay because of COVID. Initially, our plan was to move wing of the San Joaquin General Hospital. That was going to provide us space to have administrative services and investigative services run out of that facility. That's been removed from our ability to use that because of COVID. They're repurposing that space for COVID patients, and it's understandable. We're currently working with HR. Jennifer Goodman has been just an incredible resource for us. We have jobs that include medical investigator positions, we have trainee positions. We're actively recruiting for the training. I have 6 people who are currently in background for the medical investigator position. I hope to get an answer about those backgrounds soon, have a better understanding of how we need to approach the position. I have a director of operations position that is currently in background. I expect to hear very soon about where that is. As far as the morgue staff, we have 3 current morgue staff that will transition with us to the medical examiner, so that's not going to be an issue. We have 1 of the 3 administrative staff transitioning, so that leaves us recruiting for 2. So that's where we are as far as the transition of staff. And one thing that I did want to bring up today was, and it's been a while since I've been, spoken with the members here, is I had 2 questions in March, and those 2 questions were we going to see a mass fatality incident? Meaning, are we going to see mass fatalities that stress the ability for us to perform our function? Are we going to see deaths that might overwhelm us? And then the second question is, do we have the capability to handle a mass fatality incident? We could see this coming mid-March, and so I just kind of wanted to touch on those 2 issues just to let you know where we are. So as far as, are we seeing a mass fatality incident? I break that down into two different directions. First of all, are we seeing fatalities coming to us from healthcare facilities, meaning that those fatalities and the numbers are overwhelming their ability to properly manage those deceased? And is the funeral care operations being overwhelmed that we would have to help and assist in managing those bodies? So I can tell you right now is that we haven't had those demands on us from the healthcare facilities, from the hospitals. We haven't been asked to provide, increased storage of remains at our facility. So I think that tells you that the people that are dying of COVID, they're dying in the hospital, and those remains are actually being managed properly into the funeral care facilities. And the second thing is, are we seeing fatalities and people who die in the community from COVID that are not receiving health care and being diagnosed in the healthcare setting? So part of what we do is anyone whose death is unattended in the community that comes to the attention of the medical examiner. Do you mind if I take?
That's fine. We're changing the covers on the microphone after every speaker,
perfect.
So.
Yeah, you can't breathe with that.
Yeah, it's hard to speak.
Okay. So the question is, are we seeing an increased number of fatalities coming to the attention of my office where we have to determine the cause and manner of death? And could there be a component of COVID that is involved in those fatalities? What we've been doing since, I think, March 17th, and we were one of the first counties to start doing this, is we were doing surveillance on all of the fatalities that were coming to us that were unattended. So if someone dies at home, dies in the community of maybe natural causes, of drug use, anything that's nonviolent, and comes to the attention of our office, we're doing surveillance COVID testing on those people. And I can tell you right now that we haven't seen a single positive COVID patient come to us where we're saying that that death is from COVID-19. So I think that tells you that people who are coming down with this and do need medical attention or are serious and they subsequently die from this illness, they're dying in the hospital, in the medical setting. They're not dying in the community. So, and that's something that's also, I've reached out to different counties in the area, and they've seen very few cases where they have surprise positive COVID testing on their individuals. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of where we were with that. Questions?
Great, thank you. Those are all interesting facts, and I think good for us to know. It's nice to know our system is working. Our healthcare system is working the way that we hoped it would, and it is not being overwhelmed, and folks are getting the medical care that they need to get. Are there any other questions for Dr. Hunter? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so you mentioned that the cases that are diagnosed positive for COVID are cases that are hospitalizations. So what percentage of cases do you actually make the determination on as to what the cause of death was?
Yeah, well, you have to take in consideration what's the jurisdiction of so any death that's unattended in the community that isn't under the direct care of a physician, that comes to the attention of the medical examiner. So it's our job to determine cause and manner of death on those cases, and that's a large number of cases of that we need to look into. Anyone who dies in the community from violence, no matter if they receive medical care or not, that comes to the attention of the medical examiner. That's a case for us to conduct an investigation and look at to determine cause and manner of death, and it's my responsibility to be the signature of those death certificates of those individuals. So when I'm talking about cases in the community, these are people who actually die. A lot of these deaths are unexpected. There's not a physician that is that we can contact and say that he was expecting this person to die because of some underlying illness. So those cases come to my attention, and those are the ones that I'm talking about. Are any of those individuals testing positive for COVID? You can imagine, well, the question early on in March is we didn't know. We didn't know if individuals that were coming down with this were all going to seek medical attention, individuals that have a serious case of this illness. Are they going to be seeking medical attention, or are they going to basically self-treat at home? And then because of that, maybe we're going to see a spike in fatalities that we have to be responsible for determining why they died. So we thought it was best to just go ahead and just do surveillance testing of all these individuals. And we're just not seeing positives in that group. Now, COVID's out there, but it's not out there and resulting in the deaths of people out in the community. Certainly, people are dying in the hospital setting, and those are cases that are basically handled by public health in the hospital setting.
Right, thank you. Now, I think we're up to 48 now that in that vicinity of deaths in the county attributed to COVID. Right. Has your office tested any of those?
Well, those are individuals that have already been tested in the hospital setting. So these people aren't dying outside of the hospital, so they're not falling under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. Now, we have had individuals that have come to us early on in March that there was a concern about them maybe being positive for COVID, and testing was pending. And in those cases, once again, we weren't seeing positives. But those types of cases are in the hospital. They're falling outside of the jurisdiction that we control, and that's people who are dying at home or nursing facilities would be a good example. People who are dying in hospice centers. Concern is, are we seeing deaths because of COVID in that area, and we simply haven't seen that yet.
Thank you. Well, that's very interesting. So in terms of the diagnoses, then, of the causes of death, you just haven't seen any that have been attributed to COVID.
Right. We haven't seen a spike in the number of fatalities in general. And the deaths that we're seeing that are natural deaths in the community are the same types of deaths that we were seeing before. People that have heart disease, people that may have lung disease. We're seeing, a similar number of maybe drug overdose deaths. We're still doing testing on those individuals also. But we just haven't seen positive testing from COVID and had the ability to attribute those deaths in some way to COVID. I mean, people are getting it. So what I think that's telling you is that people are getting it. It's being, infecting a large portion of your population. But those individuals find their way into the healthcare system, and they're getting treated in the healthcare system. And they're not just at home trying to treat themselves. They come to our attention.
So even in the cases of nursing home deaths, so what you're saying then is that those people who did test positive for COVID have actually been transferred to the hospitals and died there.
So those individuals are under the care of a physician so there's testing that's done. Those individuals are under a care of a physician, and that physician is the one that's going to be certifying that death as due to this illness. We're not seeing individuals who come to our attention from, say, nursing facilities who died suddenly, unexpectedly, and then we do testing. We're not seeing positivity in those types of cases. So you really have to differentiate out cases that come to us and then cases that find their way into the healthcare system. It's a different population.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Doctor. I from a medical position, as a medical examiner, you talked about, obviously, people who are under the care of a doctor you don't see, so you're getting the ones that... So, and I guess my question is, because there's been a lot of talk about, should we attribute a death to the COVID, or should we attribute it to stroke or diabetes or pneumonia or whatever? Because people do contract COVID, but they don't die.
Right.
So the question arises is, just because I get COVID and I die, is it COVID, or is it really related to a comorbid or some other illness that that I've contracted over the years?
And sometimes it's very hard to separate those things out. So if you do have a serious health condition and then you have COVID and you die, certainly the question is, well, did COVID contribute in some way to the accelerated death of this person's natural disease process? So you can imagine where someone has underlying heart disease, they have COVID, that COVID can cause a reaction within the body that puts additional stress on that person's heart, and they subsequently die because they have underlying heart disease. But COVID would be something that you would at least contribute to that death. If you understand what I'm trying to...
Well, I understand. I guess from what I hear you saying is that it's COVID related.
Right.
It's not COVID caused.
COVID caused versus the individuals that have the respiratory disease from COVID infection, where they can get the pneumonia, they get health care, they're in the healthcare environment, they're placed on a ventilator, and a high percentage of those individuals end up dying directly from the COVID infection to the lungs. But there is that outside group where they're COVID positive, they have underlying disease, and then what role is COVID playing in the accelerated death of that individual, from their natural disease? So those are things that certainly are aware of, and we try to work through that problem. And we will subsequently see those cases, I think, over as this progresses, and we'll have to make a decision of where we would place that on maybe a contributing factor as far as death goes.
So if COVID accelerated the death, then we would count that as a COVID death. Is that correct?
That would be up for the Department of Health. We would put that on a contributing line. So on the death certificate, you have the primary cause of death. Maybe it's the person's atherosclerotic heart disease. But that person doesn't have the pneumonia and the other features of COVID. There is another line on that death certificate of contributing factors to that death. That may be where you would place COVID-19. So you would still be able to track it. And then it's up to public health. How do they define what that means? You know, this is all going to Office of Vital Statistics, and then it's being disseminated. Our job is to, where do we place that into the cause of death?
Right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for Dr. Hunter? How about any questions for Mr. Kawano? I have a quick question, perhaps maybe for Mr. Diederich in regards to one of these budget items. I just am hoping he can provide a little clarity on it real quickly. Thank you, Dr. Hunter.
Madam Chair, didn't we want Dr. Hunter, or were you going to do Dr. Hunter's statistics?
Dr. Hunter had a slide with statistics on it, but I think
that if you wouldn't mind.
No, let's go ahead.
And Madam Chair, if I could ask Dr. Hunter, and I'm not sure if you deal with these kinds of deaths, but I think you do, suicide. I've been asked that question more than once, if the suicide rate in San Joaquin County has gone up as a result of this community dealing with the pandemic.
Yeah, and that might be a better question to ask me in December, as this plays out.
Sure.
Certainly, suicide's a very important thing for me. For the public to be aware of how often suicide occurs in our community, I think people would be really surprised. We see individuals who maybe are older, have very debilitating illnesses that commit suicide. We see people who have a history of substance abuse committing suicides. We have people with health problems committing suicide. We see suicides a lot. And then, is there a period you can go back to and say, well, this might be a similar situation? I think the Great Recession. We certainly saw spikes in suicides then. And these were individuals that were facing financial hardships. So they're getting their homes repossessed, they're losing their jobs, they have an inability to basically maintain their lifestyle. We certainly saw deaths from that. So the question is, are we going to be able to move out of this where maybe that's not as big a factor in the community and on those individuals? I don't think we've seen that yet. But I think it might be a good question to ask me. Oh, and I just wanted to, these are our statistics over the past year. And there really wasn't a major point to this other than that we're not seeing an increase in numbers. So you look at from January 2020 to the end of May, 273 autopsies, 116 external exams. Those are not really out of the normal for what I typically see and how I handle my cases. I haven't felt that we've seen really an increase in the numbers. If there's an increase, it may be more simply as there's an increasing population that we're seeing. But
great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Diederich.
Good morning, Chair Miller.
I just have a quick question on those CHEFA-funded 16-bed facilities that we've talked about. We've received a grant for the construction, and then the ongoing staffing is going to be through behavioral health services through the budget. My question is, we've had such a hard time recruiting and retaining clinicians and physicians. Do we have a plan in place? I mean, how do you anticipate this is all going to unfold? Because these facilities are critically needed. We know that.
Thank you, Chair. These two facilities are indeed grant funded by CHAFA. They're going to be for co-occurring mental health and substance use. If you've been out to Recovery House, deferred maintenance is a kind term. So we're able to, since it's co-occurring, we're able to separate the purely substance use that kind of the forensically involved that have, I wouldn't say they prey on the mentally ill, but this will allow us to have a separate one. And because it's co-occurring with mental health, we'll be able to fund it with Mental Health Services Act. Several years ago, during one of the board's strategic planning sessions, we mentioned how we wanted to develop additional residential capacity there. And we actually did an RFP. Part of that RFP, we're looking to develop additional private entities to do residential substance use. And we're doing some technical assistance with some providers now to get them a medical director and get them drug Medi-Cal certified. But long term, our plan is actually to use these two facilities with an external operator that has applied for an RFP. We are revising our rates to incentivize more individuals to respond to that RFP. But long term, our plans for those two facilities would be to have a private operator operate them for the county.
Excellent. I was just concerned because, we hear about the need, and here we get the grant for the facilities, but it's always the operating.
And this will be a specialized operation because it's mental health and substance use. So our existing substance use workers don't have that capacity. So that's another reason to outsource.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any other questions from the board? Okay, then.
Madam Chair, we can continue on with the health services functional area if you're okay. Public Works also has budgets within the health services functional area, the largest of which is the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. The recommended budget for solid waste is $39.5 million, which is a decrease of $553,000. Staffing changes include 2 new full-time positions and a reduction of 0.8 full-time equivalent extra help staff. A 25-acre solar energy project at the Foothill landfill is anticipated to be completed in the first quarter of 2020-2021. The Enterprise Fund will receive a lease payment of $500,000, and energy savings to county departments over the next 20 years are estimated at $4.2 million. Construction of a new module at the Foothill landfill was completed in December 2019 at a cost of $7.7 million. The next module is scheduled to begin construction at the North County landfill with an estimated cost of $7 million in 2022-23. The recommended budget for environmental health is $10.5 million, which is an increase of $468,000. Staffing changes include a reduction of 2.2 full-time equivalent extra help staff. Human Resources has been working to fill the vacant director and assistant director positions, but in the meantime, an interim director is in place to manage the department. In 2020-2021, staff will continue to implement requirements pertaining to food facilities and coordinate with other agencies regarding commercial cannabis licensing, enforcement for illegal cannabis operations, and encampment response activities. Environmental health will also continue discussions with the Community Development Department to evaluate ways of streamlining processes between the housing program and code enforcement, including possible consolidation of functions. If operational and/or budgetary changes are warranted, recommendations will be presented for board consideration. The First 5 San Joaquin program is governed by the local Children and Families Commission. Administrative staff and support costs are provided by the Human Services Agency through the county's First 5 budget, which totals $1.8 million for 2020-21. Facilitating early childhood development is the purpose of the First 5 program, and housing the administrative support functions within the HSA allows better integration and coordination of service delivery with other HSA divisions. Some of the efforts being coordinated by First 5 staff include Housing Works, which assists homeless CalWorks families to obtain housing. Local implementation began in December 2019, and 20 families are projected to be housed in 2019-2020. Program funding for 2020-2021 is $1.2 million, which will provide housing assistance to an estimated 150 families. Family Works provides health education to CalWorks families through home visitation services. $2.5 million is budgeted for 2020-21 to assist 330 families with information related to child development, fiscal literacy, and job search activities. SJ Teeth collaborates with various agencies to connect families with oral health services. $1.5 million is included in the budget to improve access to dental services, with an estimated 3,000 children throughout the county served through the virtual dental home. Grant funding ends in December 2020, but replacement funding is being pursued. The Impact 2020 program, and IMPACT stands for Improve and Maximize Programs So All Children Thrive. That supports child care improvement with an emphasis on family and private providers who do not receive state or federal funding. Budgeted funding totals of $481,000, and the goal will be to serve 90 sites in 2020-21 with priority on children being cared for by the grandparents. The recommended Hospital Enterprise Fund budget is $411.6 million, which is a decrease of $3.6 million from the prior year. Capital expenditures are budgeted at $12.9 million for various medical equipment, information technology software and hardware, relocation of the inpatient pharmacy, and design work for future projects. The budget also includes a $1.5 million allowance for unanticipated capital needs that may occur. The budget adds 25 new full-time positions, including nurses, dialysis and respiratory staff, and other support positions, while deleting or transferring 7 positions for a net increase of 18 full-time positions. The budget also increases extra help by 48.8 full-time equivalents. In addition, funding for contract staffing and outside physicians is reduced by approximately $10.8 million. Regarding clinic operations, efforts continue towards increasing productivity and improving revenue cycle operations. Although there's a pending reimbursement rate increase with regulatory agencies and they're expected to improve revenues, further corrective actions may be needed if the clinic's financial performance does not improve significantly. Projected revenues for 2020-21 include $323 million in net patient revenue and $89.2 million in non-patient revenue. The net patient revenue is projected to increase by $9.9 million from the previous budget, largely due to rate adjustments that were recently approved by the board and also shifts in overall patient payer mix. For 2019-20, as mentioned before, the hospital estimated to close the year with an operating deficit of $45 million, largely due to decreased net patient revenue, as well as staffing and overtime costs, contract staff and consultant services, and medical supplies. In the first few months following the implementation of COVID-19 measures, inpatient admissions and census declined by 25 to 30%, and in some outpatient departments, activity was down 30 to 40%. The Hospital Enterprise Fund balance in June of 2019 was $142.9 million. It is estimated that the fund balance on June 30, 2020 will be $96.1 million, with $79.7 million reserved for various purposes, leaving only $16.4 million available for operations. In May 2020, the hospital began performing elective cases and procedures and increasing outreach to clinic patients. A gradual return to historic caseloads, admissions, and census is anticipated for 2020-21. It should be noted that by the end of May, emergency department volumes required partial reopening of the Towers building, and clinic volumes were almost back to baseline with many visits via telehealth. The 2020-2021 budget includes revenue projections that assume hospital and clinic operations are back to pre-COVID-19 levels. While early indications are promising, there is no way of knowing with certainty whether this will occur and continue throughout the year, or if there will be further impacts from COVID-19, economic conditions, or other factors. Consequently, hospital management will be monitoring revenues, and if patient volumes are not restored, operational adjustments will need to be implemented in order to offset fiscal impacts, including possible reductions in services and staffing levels. The board will continue to be kept apprised of the situation, and any major developments throughout the fiscal year. Madam Chair, at this point, Mr. Culberson was going to make a couple of comments. He's here.
Good morning, Mr. Culberson.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. David Culberson, CEO at San Joaquin General Hospital. Just want to give you an update here, really, where we are as of right now, particularly as it relates to our inpatient census. As Mr. Quano pointed out, we really are anticipating our budget to return to volume of about 128 patients on a daily basis throughout the fiscal year. As of this morning, we had 127 patients. With also 14 patients holding in the emergency department. So we are back up to the volumes that we were seeing in January, February, and early March. Our month to date, however, is at 118. So again, we've seen kind of an up and down. Our COVID patient volume is still relatively low, although we've seen a spike. As a reference, on Monday, Memorial Day, I believe that was the 24th of May, we had no COVID positive patients in the hospital. Earlier over the weekend, we had 12, and this morning we have 8 positive with 7 pending. So we are seeing an increase. One of the things we are concerned about is the net revenue effect of COVID may have on our contracted patients. As you are aware, Medicare guidelines essentially pay us a per discharge basis, and that mechanism for Medicare payments are in our medical guarded unit as well as any other Medicare patient we may see. The way the mechanism works is we're paid a set dollar amount regardless of the length of stay, and the dollar amount's based on the condition of the patient, the resources that are required to take care of the patient. And not necessarily on the length of stay. Likewise, a number of our patients are in Medi-Cal, of course, and they're paid on a per daily basis, so a per diem basis based on appropriateness of being in the hospital. And one of the things we're finding right now, unfortunately, is a somewhat of a reluctance of our facility, our facilities to receive these patients back until there's some sort of either a positive or a negative COVID result, and that may result in a 1 or 2 day delay. So I guess the things we're concerned about, even though census may be up to 127 with 14 holds, not necessarily are all those patients going to be paid for each of those 141 days. So it's something we're watching closely. I wanted to share with your board that is one of the challenges that really all hospitals are going to have. Let's see here. That's really, I think, the biggest thing here. We will keep very, very close eye on census, on expenses, and on net revenue here. As Mr. Quana pointed out, it is anticipated we're going to do some pretty serious work on the revenue cycle. Chris Roberts, our Chief Financial Officer, has got developing a very extensive work project on that, and I think there's some definitely money to be picked up that we haven't collected in the past through improved efforts there. But the effect of COVID on elective admissions and then on folks that are not coming to the hospital for whatever reason is going to be a challenge for us, but we'll certainly keep your board up to date on as necessary. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Culberson? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Madam Chair, that concludes the health services functional area. Representatives from the other departments are also here if the board has any questions.
Any other questions? Doesn't look like it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Then with that, we'll move to the human services functional area. Budgets within the human services functional area support a variety of social services programs. The first group of budgets on the slide are within the Human Services Agency. The remaining budgets are managed by other departments. And although the community services budget is part of the human services functional area, funding requests from the various community organizations are scheduled to be presented tomorrow during the non-county organization discussion. The combination for the human services functional area totals approximately $464.3 million, which is an increase of $20 million from the 2019-2020 adjusted budget. Staffing costs total $146.6 million for approximately 1,407 full-time equivalents. Program-related costs, including assistance payments, total $236.3 million, or about half of the overall combined budget. On the right, federal and state revenues are projected at $438.4 million, or about 94% of total funding, while general purpose revenues fund $23.2 million, or about 5%. Following are some of the highlights of the various budgets. The Human Services Agency administers a variety of assistance programs, including CalWorks, foster care, CalFresh, general assistance, Medi-Cal, adoptions, adult and child protective services, and in-home supportive services. The administrative and program costs are consolidated in the Human Services Agency administration budget narrative. For many of the HSA caseload trends that are cited in the budget narratives, it should be noted that these are provided prior to COVID-19 and may not reflect the current environment or economic impacts. In addition, the agency provides services through the Mary Graham Children's Shelter, the Aging and Community Services, and Children and Families Program are first 5 budgets. Project Room Key is a statewide effort to protect the health and safety of homeless populations and to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 by providing isolation capacity for homeless individuals through non-congregate sheltering. On April 18th, 2020, the governor announced a partnership with Motel 6 to make available hotel rooms for Project Room Key. San Joaquin County and G6, otherwise known as Motel 6, negotiated an occupancy agreement based upon the state-approved template allowing for housing of non-COVID-19 positive at-risk homeless individuals with 76 rooms at the Motel 6 located on Navy Drive in Stockton. About 66 individuals are currently being housed at the facility. The total estimated cost to implement Project Room Key in San Joaquin County is about $798,000 for the period of May 4th through June 30th. This cost is funded through SB 89 allocations to the county, the Continuum of Care, and the City of Stockton. Potential funding may be included in the state budget for purchase of Project Room Key motels to be used as permanent supportive housing. This is called Project House Key. Staff will continue to monitor that situation. A notice of funding availability is expected to be released after July 1st. Mary Graham Children's Shelter, the total budget is $8.3 million for 2020-21, which is a decrease of about $93,000 from 2019-2020. The budget includes funding for needed repairs of the roof and playground areas for the shelter. The average daily population at the shelter in 2021 is projected to be approximately 11, which is about the same as the last 2 years. The Aging and Community Services budget totals $12.3 million, which is an increase of $358,000. Funding is provided to add extra help for community centers, senior programs, and outreach activities. Legislation was passed in March of 2020, allocating additional federal funding for food and nutrition, utility assistance, and other supportive services. And as additional funds become available, HSA will return to the board with any necessary budget adjustments. Moving on to the Employment and Economic Development Department, the budget total is $19.8 million, which is an increase of $472,000. Primarily due to salary and benefits adjustments and an increase in extra help. There is no general fund contribution for this budget. Due to the purchase of their existing lease building, the department is working with the General Services Department on a relocation plan. Although their lease expires in September of 2020, a 12-month extension has been negotiated and will be presented for board consideration in the near future. Approval of the extension will allow time to finalize plans for transition to another location. The Neighborhood Preservation budget is administered by the Community Development Department. Support is provided to 10 homeless services and shelter providers, down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, as well as infrastructure, public services, recreational projects, and affordable housing funding. The recommended budget totals $21.1 million, which is an increase of $2.8 million from the 2019-2020 budget, primarily due to a net increase in housing and homeless assistance program costs. Neighborhood Preservation has 7 allocated positions and receives no general fund contribution. Funding totaling $18.5 million is available for homelessness services as reflected in the table on the slide. including $4.3 million in additional Emergency Solutions Grant funding from the CARES Act. A notification of this funding was received after preparation of the budget, so the department will be coming to the board in 2020-21 with adjustments to reflect the additional funding. The Veterans Services Office budget totals $685,000. This represents an increase of $57,000 from the 2019-2020 budget. The budget provides funding for 4 full-time positions and 2.3 extra help positions. Net county cost is about $328,000. In 2020-21, the VSO will continue to assist veterans in applying for and receiving education, health, and welfare benefits. In May 2020, the VSO was awarded a 2-year state grant of $47,000 per year for mental health outreach, veterans treatment court operations, and other supportive services. The funds will also be used to increase targeted outreach to homeless veterans and transitioning service members. Supplemental funding in the amount of $40,000 was requested on behalf of the Veterans Treatment Court to enhance drug and alcohol monitoring, substance abuse treatment, continued education and training, transportation, peer mentor support, and mandated domestic violence and anger management courses for veterans unable to provide to pay for these services. The recommended budget has been augmented by $40,000 to address this request. This concludes the Human Services presentation. Department heads and I are available for any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Doesn't look like it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it is 11:30. What's the pleasure of the board? You want to go ahead and take an earlier break for lunch? You want to take a short break and then come back and do a little bit more before we break for lunch? What's the pleasure?
Yeah, Matt, it's a fairly small one, and we have our county librarian in our audience. And so if you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair and board members, to indulge us for a little bit longer to get through library.
Absolutely.
Let's very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. We're going to hear from Management Analyst 3, Connie Hart.
Still good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. There we go. This is the staff report for the education departments. They include the county library system and the UC cooperative extension. The recommended appropriations for the education function total $7.9 million, which is a decrease of about $331,000 from 2019-20. Of the $7.9 million in education funding, $847,000, or 11%, is from general purpose revenue, while other sources of funding, primarily property taxes, comprise the remaining 89%. The county library budget totals $7.1 million. Approximately $8.2 million is available from property tax revenues and $296,000 from other sources, allowing for retention of $1.5 million in the county library fund balance. County reserves for library services are held in 2 trust funds. One is held by the county and one is held by the city of Stockton. The county held trust fund is projected to have a fund balance of approximately $8 million at the end of 2019-20 and is projected to be at $9.5 million at the end of 2020-21. The city plans to utilize $820,000 from the city-held fund balance in an effort to consolidate funds in the county library fund. The city-held fund reserve balance is projected to be at $819,000 at the end of 2019-20 and approximately $556,000 at the end of 2020-21. This concludes the overview of the education departments. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And if there are no questions, we'll begin the presentation on the county library by Susie Davely, City of Stockton librarian.
Any questions for Ms. Hart? No, then we will welcome Ms. Davely down.
It is always very nice to come here on this day and share this wonderful library news with you. So with the addition of our third micro library, the Stockton-San Joaquin County Public Library System is now comprised of 16 access points and a bookmobile that travels throughout the county Monday through Friday on a route that alternates every other week. In previous years, I have taken this time to share with you some highlights of our workload data, library materials circulated, residents with library cards, etc. But due to the closure of libraries because of COVID, our estimates for this fiscal year are going to be a little bit off. But I do want to share a new service we were able to implement within just a few weeks of our libraries being closed, and that is virtual programming. Over the course of 7 weeks, from April 1st to May 15th, our library staff created virtual programs, story times, book recommendations, art and cooking demonstrations, tutorials on all of our electronic resources. And they had them out and on our social media platforms in a matter of minutes. And all of these programs in this 7-week period, we reached almost 119,000 people, with 961 of those sharing that. So that is a huge thing, in my opinion. So, and even when we reopen our libraries, we will continue offering virtual programming because we've obviously found an untapped audience. So, this slide shows you our sources of funding for our 16-branch library system. And as Ms. Hart said, we have 6.9 coming from the county, 6.9 million from the county, 3.9 from the Stockton General Fund, and 3.2 million from Measure M, that sales tax passed in November 2016 that provided services for libraries and recreation. This shows kind of how our revenue is split up, with the majority of it coming from the County General Fund, and then the others including overdue fines, contracts with other county cities, and other interests. And our expenditures, of course, the majority of our budget is spent on wages and benefits. This next fiscal year, we're looking at about 2.7 million, up from the current budget of 2.5 million. Books in circulation, only about $200,000 increase. What is changing is the automation, delivery, and admin costs. That will be going down from 1.8 million last year to 1.2 million this next fiscal, and that is because last year we did the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning. That's going to roll out in November. So, priorities for the next fiscal year. The library is always looking for ways to increase access to library services. In this coming fiscal year, we have several ideas we believe will serve this priority very well. We already provide wonderful resources, but we just need to make it easier for all of our community members to access those resources. The second priority, with many members of our community facing unemployment at this time, the library recognizes that it has an important job to play important role, I should say, to play in supporting those who need help searching for jobs. So I'll provide a little bit more detail on this in a few slides. And finally, we want our libraries to be vibrant, welcoming spaces for all community members. We have been building new facilities, hello Mountain House, and renovating some older ones. Libraries are community spaces. They are the community living rooms, and we want to make sure they are comfortable and inviting. So those are our overall priorities for next. So, accomplishments. I kind of let the cat out of the bag on that one. Mountain House Library is finished. It is 20,500 square feet of an amazing building. The staff was actually able to go in, I think it was March 10th or 11th, and then, of course, we closed because of COVID on March 16th. So they have had an opportunity to really stock the shelves and make the place an amazing hub of that community. When things reopen, we will let you know about a grand opening. I mentioned it earlier, in the city of Stockton, we opened our third and final microlibrary at the Van Buskirk Community Center in October of 2019. So we have 3 now, and our 3 microlibraries are open 5 days a week, and they offer programs for all ages almost every single day that they are open. They have proven to be a very welcome and necessary community resource. Thanks to funding in this last fiscal year, we were able to do some renovations at our Lathrop and Escalon libraries. Sometimes it's new shelving and paint and new seating areas, but every time it is an effort to just make those spaces look like people can come in and enjoy them. And staff really succeeded with both Lathrop and Escalon. We also had approved renovations for Tracy and Thornton libraries, and those will kick off very soon. We were able to get permission to use a cooperative purchasing agreement. Now we'll get even more with the funding that we have. And I mentioned the virtual programming that we created during the COVID closures, and I provided you some statistics about that. But when I said that we reached 119,000 people in that 7-week span, I kind of hate to say this, but I did a little searching, and I looked in 1819, and for a similar 7-week April to May, we had 14,000 people, 14,033 come to our library programs, which is great. But I mean, with virtual programming, we reached so much more. So I'm going to keep doing both, definitely doing both. And then another accomplishment is the LENA programs, which I spoke to you in January. We've been a very grateful partner in this community effort to bring LENA to families in San Joaquin County. And LENA Start, the program that we're doing in the libraries, is an evidence-based program that uses regular feedback from the technology to help increase interactive talk between children and their parents. And huge success, huge success. We are offering the programs in English and in Spanish. We have held sessions in Angelou Library in Stockton, in Tracy, and Chavez. And we had a second series at Chavez and Tracy that were interrupted because of COVID. We'll get back to those. And in the future, we will have sessions at Manteca and Troche libraries. So, goals. The first 6 goals listed here are really supporting that priority of increasing access. So one thing is our website. Old. It's not always user-friendly. So we are looking to make the interface more user-friendly, make the website mobile responsive, and we want to do something, it's called the discovery layer, but what it means is that you search one time. Search one time for what you're interested in, and then your results will be books or I almost said videos, DVDs or electronic resources. Okay, everything in one search hit. So that's a huge thing in libraries. And we're hoping also to have a really true customer engagement platform with our new website. We are looking at increasing our Wi-Fi access points, and they are hugely necessary. So many people are coming into our libraries with their own devices. We need to have more Wi-Fi access points. But the good news is that with E-rate funding, we're only paying 15% of the cost because we get 85% discounted. So that's a win-win. On the Wi-Fi hotspots, we discovered during this COVID with all of our young people at home doing schoolwork, that there were many families that don't have reliable internet. So we've applied for a grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services to purchase 50 Wi-Fi hotspots and circulate those, and the grant also would provide 2 years of service. So we hope to just help those families in areas where that Wi-Fi is, the internet's a little iffy, like my house sometimes. If we don't get this grant, we will seek funding elsewhere. Online payments of fines and fees. I know you've heard this before. It's been a long time goal, but we are getting so much closer. We've done all the necessary upgrades on our integrated library system. So final working out of some terms and conditions with the vendor, and I think that we will have this going in the next fiscal year. And e-cards. So when we closed, we wanted people to be able to access our electronic resources. But what if they don't have a library card and we're closed? So we just said, okay, call the library and we will issue you a library card over the phone. We'll give you a number and then we'll mail it to your house. And people really, really responded. So now we know that we have to do the e-cards. So we're looking at a couple different versions and exactly what that will look like, but I give you my promise, it will be done in this next fiscal year. And then the self-check machines, that's a one-time funding request this year. It allows people to just come in and pick up what they need and use the machines, pay for any fines or charges on those machines and go on their merry way. Ours are really, really old and unable to be updated. So the next 2 goals, working together, jobs and careers, this is virtual assistance for community members needing help writing a resume, filling out a job application, or obtaining unemployment benefits. We are going to update our website to have our webpage for jobs and careers to have really great resources, especially the local resources, to help people that are experiencing unemployment at this time. We will be providing one-on-one assistance virtually to help people. And then once we reopen, we will implement a way to help them in person and observing any guidelines that are in place at that time. And similarly, the Community Business Recovery Plan is to offer small business development support through partnerships with community organizations. Again, the library is a trusted space. It's a trusted resource. So we can bring in those local experts to help community members who dream of starting their own business. We had a great partnership with a group from the Bay Area called Centro Community Partners, and they do entrepreneurship workshops and stopped because of COVID, but we can't wait to welcome them back. On strong communities, again, the tax measure that was passed in the city of Stockton, we just closed the bid for construction on the new library and community center that will be in northeast Stockton. The bid closed, I believe, on June 18th, so we should be seeing some movement on that very soon. Our expenditure plan for next fiscal year includes initiating the design for the remodel of the Cesar Chavez Library. Of course, that was built in 1964 and has never been updated. And then we continue to update our expenditure plan. And so I would like to show you that picture on the left is the new Mountain House Town Hall and Library. From that picture, the library is on the left-hand side. Again, 20,500 square feet. It is amazing. Did a little upgrade renovation, not little, pretty large, of the Trokey Library in North Stockton, Ben Holt. That's the middle picture that you see, new carpeting, new end panels, some new furniture. Doesn't take a lot to get these spaces updated and made more welcoming. And then, of course, our beautiful bookmobile. In a couple of years, we're going to have to replace that thing. It's got a lot of mileage, but it goes all over the county. It is loved by people throughout the county. So that is my presentation for today. happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Stavely? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. I think it was last year in prior conversations, we talked about some of the extracurricular activities that the library could do with students and perhaps putting together tutoring after school and any programs like that you were able to get off the ground and you could share some results or some of the numbers of students you may have been able to do that with?
Well, we definitely have tutoring support. Homework help is kind of our language for it because we don't want to put ourselves out as like tutors in math.
Sure.
But I don't have any numbers with me. I know I sent something to your office, but I can definitely provide numbers of what we did accomplish in 1920 prior to closing. But almost every branch offers some sort of homework help. There's a lot of STEM and STEAM programs, the interactive, hands-on experiences for children, which are so important, plus a lot of educational programs, a lot of science programs. There's a couple of science organizations that come in and bring these amazing, like the rocket guy I saw him, I was driving back from lunch and he was out in Martin Luther King Plaza across from Chavez and he was shooting up these bottle rockets. I loved it. So we do a lot of things like that, whether it's direct help with homework or it's just those experiences that give them an opportunity to learn and explore and develop some curiosity about what they want to do when they grow up. But I will give more numbers. I will send more numbers.
You may want to send it to all of the board. I'm sure they'd all be interested because
You betcha.
libraries are throughout the community. And I'd like to see the numbers and even see if there's more we can do because a lot of students may fall through the cracks. They need some help with homework,
Yes.
A little bit of homework help, and that could very well turn around where their scholastic future might go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very important. We like to help all ages. We do so much with those early, 0 to 5, getting them ready for kindergarten, but we don't want to forget those children that are just that one subject that might be just difficult, and it can be a turning point for them. So you're absolutely right, and I will get you those numbers.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Wynn?
I always appreciate your presentations. As I've talked before with the Ripon Library, they have a lot of great programs. It seems to me, because there's a lot of discussion about, opening of schools in the fall, but I will tell you that I've talked and I've gotten a lot of emails from teachers and from parents who are really dissatisfied with the distance learning that has occurred. And the reason I bring that up is because I suspect, because I've had some parents comment that why is their child in school for 5 or 6 hours a day when they can go through the entire curriculum within a few hours? And so with the, I guess, the hybrid, so to speak, that school districts are talking about, where maybe 2 or 3 days and a whole bunch of things, which doesn't address parents who work. But it would seem to me that the library has a tremendous opportunity to reach out to parents who probably, a lot of them are going to probably just keep their kids at home, those who can, and do homeschooling. And as Supervisor Patty talks about, some of the programs and tutoring, et cetera, but it would seem to me that the library is uniquely positioned to provide, for example, you talk about the bookmobile, but you look at today's society and, for example, like Grubhub and DoorDash and all these delivery services that are available. The question arises, and I understand that the cost involved, but what if, for example, a parent could get a book delivered or something, as opposed to having to go to a library? And I'm not against that. I think that they should. But say, for example, that libraries offered some assistance for parents who are teaching their children at home to provide some of the programs that you're talking about on a scheduled basis. So, they have a curriculum that they teach on each day, and so they could plug in the library and programs, whether it be on site or maybe some type of distance learning, but you could provide books I understand the technology involved, but I still think there's a value from children actually having a book in their hand, especially when there's a parent next to them reading it. And so I just think that this year and in the future, I think libraries have a great contribution to make to parents and homeschooling. I just can't help but think that people are not going to be satisfied with some type of hybrid student program which doesn't fulfill any of their needs, whether it be to watch their child while they're at work or to teach them, etc. So I just think that, and I would suggest that, and I'm sure you are, looking at ways to really advantage the programs that are available, that you can also create additional that would really fit into that niche of parents, because I think they would utilize the library a lot, because you have a lot of the resources they don't have. And I know we can go online, but a lot of the online stuff you got to pay for. And so libraries have that capacity to really reach out and benefit parents. So I would be curious as to one of the things that you could come up with, some of the things you could come up to really advantage our children, because we do need to educate them, and unfortunately they've almost lost a year of education by virtue of COVID-19. So again, great job as always, and I look forward to seeing some of the things that you can create.
Thank you, Supervisor Nguyen. Great ideas, and you put it in a kind of a different perspective for me, so thank you so much. And as always, I appreciate your comments about the Ripon Library.
Thank you. I'm especially excited to hear about the plans moving forward to remodel Chavez. In so many other communities, a new library or a major remodel of the downtown library has become a real catalyst for the community and for the neighborhood surrounding it. So I'm going to be really excited to see what we come up with for Chavez. There's a lot of opportunities there in that location, and it has been a very, very long time. So I'm going to be excited to see that. And thank you for all the innovation. I think switching gears quickly and being able to do the virtual library, to see your numbers go from 14,000 to over 100, that's pretty phenomenal in terms of the number of people. And I think that lets you know what kind of a market is out there for these services. So I know during this early on, when my kids were all home suddenly with little ones, I did story time with Nana, and I videoed myself reading some of their favorite books. And so they have their favorites now. My 4-year-old falls asleep to Corduroy. So they love it. I mean, they really do. And it is a great, it's just a different voice, and it really does help little ones. But you're right, Supervisor Nguyen, there's no substitute for getting a book into their hands. And I love the idea of the library Grub Hub. I mean, some entrepreneur out there, that is a great idea for a new online app to deliver the library materials into people's hands. If you're stuck at home for whatever reason, or you need something quickly, I think that's really a terrific idea. And as our bookmobile ages, that may be an opportunity for taking the bookmobile into the next century. So
it is a great idea. We do home borrowers for people that are really homebound, and it's been going on for years.
Right.
But we do need to go to that next step. And it's this situation, as unfortunate and all the bad things that it is, it has caused us in the library to think of things in new ways and respond. And I so appreciate these comments. I always get so many good ideas when I come here.
Well, and sometimes, it's the old, making lemonade out of lemons. It's, you need to just view things as an opportunity to look at it in a new way and to expand your offerings. So thank you. We always appreciate hearing from you. We love to hear about our library system. And yes, Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. One question here on just the revenue and expenditures slide for San Joaquin County branches. I noticed that the expenditures were $7.6 million, but the revenues were only $7.2, which included $6.9 out of the county general fund. So who makes up that difference for the county branches?
The difference is the extra hours. Is that the one? Pull up this one.
It's yours.
I believe it's the fund balance from the city of Stockton, but let's get the chart.
That's what I'm imagining.
Let's go ahead and get the chart. I'm just guessing.
So slides 4 and 5 was what I was comparing.
Thank you.
So the revenue is 7.2. Oh, it's hers. Expenditures
7.6.
So it's the fund balance.
Yes. The city held fund balance, which they're using less and less of because we're trying to consolidate, because it's county dollars in the city held fund balance. So the new direction of the library is to use more of their fund balance, and that allows us to provide them a little bit less funding and have more of a fund balance retention in the county side.
So it is county revenue that the city holds on to. So in the event, say 1819, there was a savings in the revenue that was brought over from the county as a result of the revenue that we fund for this county funds for library services, I believe through property taxes. Mm-hmm. And if the city of Stockton and the operation of the library, they primarily want to only hold on to a portion of that because it ends up staying in the county's pot, but in the city treasury. And we just end up giving them less for the following year. And that's what happened, Supervisor Elliott. Okay.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad to see that we're making improvements to the various libraries throughout the county, to include Tracy. All right, thank you.
It's going to be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, we're done with
staff?
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I know you were considering possibly taking a break for lunch, but just so we might be able to notify some of the other departments. So we have, if we were to take a 30-minute lunch or whatever this board chooses, there's 2 more sections that remain: environmental protection and capital maintenance and improvement. And Ms. Regalo, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm jumping the gun here. I'm pretty sure I'm keeping track. And so I would say at most that might take this board an hour. And so since we have this board as a captive audience, and then exactly, so there we could bring general government because our clerk of the board noticed, so it gives our chair and the board some flexibility. We could bring general government this afternoon along with public works. And then tomorrow, the board will have all of the hearings that were scheduled for tomorrow. So it would shorten your day, but lengthen your day for today.
Yeah,
does that work, Madam Chair?
Let's go ahead and do that. I think that works well. That way we'll get all the presentations today. We'll do the hearings tomorrow.
Excellent.
Perfect. And I'm going to propose that we take a 45-minute break. We'll be back here sharp at 12:45. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Back. Yes, round two. Here we are for our afternoon session. And we are going to move forward with environmental protection, I believe.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Adam Brucker from the County Administrator's Office. Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the board, CAO Nino, and County Council Miles. At this time, I'm going to be providing an overview of the environmental protection functional areas, which include maintenance of channels and levees, enforcement of the California Food and Agriculture Code, testing and certifying all commercial weighing and measuring devices in the county, land use planning, building regulation and inspection, code enforcement and fire prevention, emergency preparedness and disaster response, and other environmental functions. Overall, the recommended appropriations for 2020-2021 total approximately $22.6 million, which is an increase of approximately $1.1 million as compared to the 1920 adjusted budget. This includes expenditures of approximately $16.9 million for staffing at 144.8 FTEs, which consists of 129 full-time and 15.8 part-time. Funding received from state and local sources is approximately $6.5 million, and charges for services total approximately $2.6 million. Permit-related fees total approximately $4.2 million, and the net county cost for this functional area is approximately $8.2 million, or 36.3% of total appropriations. The 2020-21 recommended agricultural commissioner appropriations total approximately $8.6 million, which is an increase of $80,432 from the 1920 adjusted budget. The unclaimed gas tax revenue in 2020-21 is projected to remain steady. However, reduced fuel sales as a result of COVID-19 revenue could result in a decline. The Agricultural Commissioner's Office has been working with the California Agricultural Commissioners and Sealers Association and its hemp working group, and is participating in hemp regulation development at the state level to be in line with proposed federal regulations. The 2020-2021 recommended Community Development Department budget totals approximately $10.1 million, which is an increase of $383,166 from the 1920 adjusted budget. This change includes the proposed addition of a new position, a code enforcement officer, to meet the increased demands for investigation of code enforcement complaints. Costs of the new position are offset by the deletion of a vacant Department Information Systems Manager. Also, a 5% decrease in permit activity is projected as a result of COVID-19. The department will continue to closely monitor economic indicators and permit activity. In 2020-2021, staff will continue updating the development title, the county's zoning document that implements the policies of the 2035 general plan. The department is also in the process of completing time and fee studies for planning and development services, building and fire prevention bureau divisions, and may return to the board should the study indicate the need for any adjustments. The Homeland Security grants for 2020-2021 total $561,418 and will fund the following projects: completion of the upgrade of the MedNet communication system for emergency medical response, totaling $415,168, and installation of radio communications firewall software to aid in the cybersecurity for the county two-way radio communication system, totaling $146,250. That concludes the overview of the environmental protection functional area. The respective department heads are in the audience, as well as I, if you have any questions. If you do not, we can roll right into capital maintenance and improvements.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So next I'm going to provide the overview of capital maintenance and improvement functional areas, followed by parks and recreation and cultural services. The capital maintenance and improvement functional area includes general services administration, facilities management, capital projects administration, public improvement, and Air Park 599. The recommended appropriations for 2020-2021 total approximately $18.6 million, which is an increase of approximately $3.6 million as compared to the 2019-20 adjusted budget. This increase primarily consists of a $5.2 million increase in public improvement capital project costs, partially offset by a $2 million increase in facilities management expenditure reimbursements for support services provided to county departments. Approximately $14.8 million, or 79.6%, is funded by operating transfers including transfers from departments with projects and tobacco settlement funding. Approximately $3.2 million, or 17.2%, is funded by interest and rents, and approximately $826,000, or 4.5%, is funded from capital outlay fund balance. The 5 division budgets within the General Services Department include administration, facilities management, capital projects administration, emergency services, and parks and recreation. Overall, appropriations for these budgets total $9.8 million, which is an increase of approximately $301,000. This change is primarily a reflection of the previously described reduction in appropriations for facilities management, offset by an increased appropriation of approximately $1.4 million for parks and recreation. 2020-2021 facilities management budget increases funding for utilities by approximately $33,000. However, increased usage and proposed rate increases have the potential to drive costs even higher. Facilities management will continue to focus on utility cost management for all county-owned and leased facilities they manage. In February 2020, the board adopted an amended ordinance for administration of county-owned parking and a fee schedule for the Hunter Street parking garage. The recommended budget includes the addition of 2.1 full-time equivalent extra help positions, including parking attendants, to staff the garage. In 2020-2021, the Facilities Management Division will continue to review and assess county facilities in order to identify building deficiencies and accurately inventory the buildings and their square footages. Facilities Management did submit a supplemental funding request for additional one-time funding in the amount of $50,000 for the maintenance of the interior and exterior glass surfaces of the county administration building. The recommended budget has been augmented by $50,000 in order to address this request. With the completion of the Basic Emergency Operations Plan in 2018-19 and subsequent completion of 21 recommended supporting functional and hazard annexes in 2019-20, the Office of Emergency Services will focus on providing training and exercises to the county, cities, and other stakeholders that reinforce knowledge of the Emergency Operations Plan fundamentals. The Emergency Operations Center was activated in support of the COVID-19 response efforts in accordance with ESF 08, Public Health and Medical. Several state and federal funding streams for reimbursement are being identified, and OES will continue to seek out and file for all eligible reimbursement of costs for the county. For 2020-2021, OES has budgeted approximately $698,000 in grant revenue, primarily including $278,111 in revenue from the Emergency Performance Grant and $419,665 from the DWR Delta Flood Emergency Response Grant Program, Round 2. The General Services Department has responsibility for the management and coordination of capital improvements. The Capital Projects Administration Division conducts project planning, contract negotiation, construction management, and fiscal administration. In 2019-20, more than 40 projects are anticipated to be completed, totaling approximately $4.9 million. The Public Improvement Budget provides funding for new construction, building operations, property acquisition, park improvements, facility planning, and major maintenance or equipment replacement. The 2020-2021 proposed budget for public improvement totals $18.2 million, an increase of $5.2 million from 2019-2020. The following ongoing multi-year projects are also included in the 2020-21 work program, and project-specific funding recommendations for each will be scheduled for the Board of Supervisors' consideration at the next stage of project development. And these include the District Attorney's office space, the new morgue and medical examiner office space, and demolition of the old courthouse. New construction and facility planning includes one new project and two multi-year complex projects that are carried forward and rebudgeted. include behavioral health services, adult residential treatment, modular building, the county detention SB 1022 facility, and the public health services facility replacement. Funding is also included in the recommended budget to continue with the county facilities master planning for county departments and facilities. Existing facilities projects include 222 East Weber Avenue building repairs, Americans with Disabilities Act building upgrades, countywide security improvements, the Human Services Agency HVAC system improvements, the Canlis building basement remodel, facility parking lot repairs, facility flooring replacements, and various projects at the Honor Farm, jail, and parks. The complete list of projects can be found on pages B15 and B16 of the proposed budget. Now, this concludes the overview of capital maintenance and improvements, and I, along with Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, are available if you have any questions. And next up will be Parks and Recreation.
Questions?
Okay, the Parks and Recreation functional area includes Parks and Recreation Division and Cultural Services. The 2020-2021 recommended Parks and Recreation functional area appropriations total approximately $8 million, which is an increase of $1.4 million over the 2019-20 recommended budget. Contributions to the San Joaquin Historical Society and Museum and the Mickey Grove Zoological Society will be discussed tomorrow during the non-county organizational funding presentation. The Parks and Recreation Division plans, develops, operates, and maintains a system of regional parks, maintains the landscaping at various county facilities and community parks, and manages 8 county service area parks. The 2020-21 Parks and Recreation Division proposed budget totals approximately $7.9 million, which is an increase of $1.4 million from the 2019-20 adjusted budget. This change primarily reflects cost allocation plan adjustments and increases in capital expenditures and costs for maintenance of structures and grounds. $1.8 million or 23% of the Parks and Recreation funding is from charges for services, and $1.1 million or 13.2% is funded by park trust funds. The 2020-2021 net county cost for Parks and Recreation totals approximately $4.6 million or 64% of appropriations. Approximately 90% of the division's utility costs are from water usage at park facilities. Parks and Recreation expects the cost of water to continue to increase in 2020-21 based on a proposal from the California Water Service Company to phase in rate increases. The recommended budget includes an increase of $23,750 in utilities over the 2019-20 adjusted budget to cover the cost of these increases. In an effort to continue to reduce the reliance on trust funds for ongoing operations, Parks and Recreation has a number of facility enhancements planned for 2020-2021, including generation of a marketing plan, hosting new events, increasing digital marketing of park and zoo rentals and programs, continuing to offer event sponsorship opportunities, partnering with organizations like the California Conservation Corps and AmeriCorps to utilize funding earmarked for enhancement projects, as well as researching outside grant opportunities, exploring revenue opportunities with outdoor advertising at Oak Grove Regional Park, and is also creating a 5-year strategic plan for the Parks Division and the Mickey Grove Zoo. A full list of these enhancements is included on pages I-7 and I-8 of the proposed budget document. Park facility improvements totaling $1.7 million are included within the recommended public improvement budget, including the Delta shelter roof replacement, horseshoe pits and fencing repairs, and Mickey Grove Zoo, Lemur Island moat filtration, snow leopard exhibit, and electrical upgrade. This concludes the overview of Parks and Recreation. And again, I and Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, are available to answer any of your questions.
Any questions from the board? I don't see any.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair.
General government?
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, board members. I'm Todd Bland. I joined the CAO's office on March 30th. This is my first time before you, and it's a pleasure to be here.
So, Todd, share with them where you came from.
Before joining the CAO, I was with the state of California. I had two main positions there. I was with the Legislative Analyst's Office for 16 and a half years, serving in multiple positions, ultimately as a Deputy Legislative Analyst, mostly in the Health and Human Services field. And then for most of the 8 years after that, leading up to here, I was with the California Department of Social Services, mostly serving as the Deputy Director for the Family Engagement and Empowerment Division, essentially the division that did CalFresh, CalWorks, the major cash assistance programs, plus refugees, immigration, child care, and other issues. So.
Well, great. Well, welcome. It's nice to have you here today.
An excellent find for the County Administrator's Office for San Joaquin.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll provide the board a budget overview of the general government departments. Let's see. Under the general government umbrella, we have the administrative, financial, and support services departments that provide services not only to county departments internally, but also serve the public and other public agencies in San Joaquin County. We have the Property Tax Administration and Financial and Payroll Services departments. Other general government departments include Human Resources, Purchasing, and Information Services, which also includes the Registrar of Voters. They provide services to all county departments. There are also several non-departmental budgets under the general government function, many of which allow for transfers, debt service, tracking of tobacco revenues, and other accounting functions pertaining to county government. The surveyor, which is under the Director of Public Works, is also part of general government. The surveyor processes maps, legal descriptions for subdivisions, annexations, and county acquisitions and abandonments. For this discussion, we have added the contingency provision budget. Since this budget is a component of the general government function, however, it is not included in general government functional area. The proposed budget includes the contingency provision funding through the general fund. This $5 million allocation is separate from the contingency reserve, and therefore any use of the contingency provision budget will not reduce the reserve, allowing the reserve to stay at 5% of the total budget. The 2020-2021 recommended appropriations for general government departments total $82.2 million, as shown in the charts above, of which 62%, or $51.3 million, is funded by general purpose revenue, or GPR. General government expenses include transfers out of $32.4 million, including $5 million to the reserve for contingencies, $7.3 million to the unfunded pension liability reserve, $11.3 million to the approved labor agreements reserve, $90,000 to the economic development reserve, and $640,000 to the airport. Staffing costs of $45.9 million represent about 56% of general government's budget, net of expenditure reimbursements. The recommended budget adds a net of 7 positions and increases the number of full-time positions allocated to general government departments to 469 for a total full-time equivalent staffing of 496.8 FTEs. With respect to new positions, the Auditor Controller adds a Chief Deputy Auditor Controller to focus on payroll. The County Council adds a Deputy Council 4 to focus on water and labor issues. The Registrar of Voters adds an election specialist and 7.4 temporary help positions to handle workload associated with the 2020 election. The recommended budget adds 2 positions to fleet services, an equipment parts room supervisor and an auto mechanic. The recommended budget includes the transfer of 4 positions to the Information Services Division. from 3 different budgets, 1 from the San Joaquin General Hospital, 2 from the Telephone Internal Services Fund, and 1 from the Community Development Department. County Administrator's Office accomplished some major goals during 2019-2020 and will address several projects during 2020-2021. During the past year, the CAO continued to advocate for retention of its property tax share when negotiating tax sharing agreements with our cities. The CAO negotiated master property tax sharing agreements with the cities of Tracy, Ripon, and Escalon. These agreements will protect critical property tax revenues for a minimum of the next 6 years. During 2019-2020, the CAO facilitated efforts to update the county, state, and federal legislative platforms. These were developed in meetings with department heads, state federal advocates. Updated policy areas include resource family recruitment and retention, supplemental nutrition assistance program, Clean Water Act, and telehealth. The board formally adopted these updates on December 10, 2019. With respect to homelessness data analysis, With respect to homelessness data analysis, in a preliminary analysis of county departments, the CAO found that homeless individuals had approximately 35,000 contacts or engagements with 22 different county programs. During the next year, this analysis will be expanded and refined. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted county operations and revenues. As mentioned in the overview presentation on June 9, the recommended budget is structurally balanced and accounts for some of these impacts. There will likely be further impacts on state and federal funding for county programs as these budgets are finalized. The CAO will monitor the situation and respond quickly to changes. To help small businesses address the impacts of the pandemic, the board recently approved the Small Business Assistance Grant, supported with CARES Act funding, available from March through December 2020. The initial funding provided was $15 million, and the CAO has led this effort and is working with third-party firms to review over 400 applications received so far and approve the grant awards. In 2019-2020, the Information Services Division continued its efforts to expand the availability of online services to residents through the use of the county's website. Recent improvements include enhancing the search engine and chatbot technology to assist residents in finding information. ISD, in partnership with the CAO, successfully implemented Phase 2 of the budget system, adding new features including modernization of position cost determination, automated workflow processes for budget development and approval, and streamlining the creation of the proposed and final budget books. In 2021, ISD will continue to enhance security for critical technology systems, including county election systems, so they are protected from cybersecurity threats. ISD will partner with the Auditor Controller's Office, CAO, Human Resources Division, and several county departments to deliver expanded human resources system capabilities and improve business processes. ISD will take a multi-pronged approach to improve technology to support law and justice departments. This will include replacing the computer-aided dispatch and records management system, implementing a recently procured juvenile justice information system, and beginning the process of replacing the district attorney's case management system. Finally, ISD will assist with the relocation of the Mountain House wastewater facility and the Employment and Economic Development Department, while also assisting the Department of Child Support Services in opening a South County facility. The County Administrator's Office, Human Resources, and County Council have been involved in labor negotiations throughout 2019-2020. Efforts will continue in 2020-2021 as the county has expired contracts with approximately 85.4% of the labor workforce. In 2019-2020, the county negotiated new agreements with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and IHSS. Contracts with the County Management Association, essentially middle management, and the DA Investigators Association will expire in March 2021. The recommended budget adds $11.3 million to the approved labor agreements reserve. The COVID-19 pandemic had multiple impacts on the Human Resources Department. For new employee orientation, HR is communicating via email and providing required documents online. Some trainings have been postponed or shifted to webinars. HR is working with departments to explore alternative testing methods. With respect to recruitment, departments are receiving large pools of qualified candidates for consideration. Staff will launch online written examination administration, which will allow qualified candidates to take the written exam at a place and time that is convenient for them. Historically, the county's self-funded insurance plans have had healthy reserves. However, in recent years, the reserves have been stressed and depleted. The county is looking to continue these plans in 2021. The county is looking to discontinue these plans in 2021-2022. With this anticipated change, staff explored plan alternatives and issued RFPs to solicit new options. In 2019-2020, a new health maintenance organization through Sutter Health Plus was added for certain employee groups. Also, new high-deductible health plans through Sutter Health and Kaiser Permanente with health savings accounts will be available to employees effective July 1, 2020. Total county savings from these new programs will depend on the level of enrollment. 2020 is a presidential election year. Higher voter registration and turnout are anticipated. The Registrar of Voters will hire and train temporary workers to handle the increased workload. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the 2020 general election will be a mail ballot election. The recommended budget includes $120,000 to support more voter service centers where voters can seek assistance in casting their mailed-out ballots. The ROV and CAO will update the board if there are legislative changes to the required number of service centers or election funding. The Registrar of Voters submitted supplemental funding request for an election specialist. This position will support the new Geographic Information System, or GIS, allowing better analysis of polling place selections, voter service center access, and election worker assignments. This position will also support the new poll book software for better and secure processing of elections data. The total cost of the position is $78,679. The CAO recommends approval of the election specialist, reflecting $12,528 in offsetting revenue. The County Council is requesting to add a deputy county council at a cost of $228,213 gross to assist with water and labor issues. The CAO recommends funding of $125,213, reflecting offsetting revenue of $103,000 from the Public Works Department. County Council is also requesting $2,000 for periodicals related to case law and statutes for water issues. CAO believes County Council should be able to fund this request within its base budget and is therefore not recommending approval. Chair Miller, board members, this concludes my presentation on the overview of the general government departments and programs. The respective department heads and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Everybody's very quiet post-lunch, so guess not. No questions.
Madam Chair, board members, Mohitef will be next to do Public Works, please. And as part of that also, we will have a presentation from Public Works and included as part of that.
So this is roads and facilities?
Yes. Yes.
Got it.
Tab 3 of this board's attached information. Tab 3.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and board members. I will now be giving an overview of the roads and facilities functional area. Budgets include the various public works budgets and the 2 airport budgets. Overall, the recommended budget in the roads and facilities functional area is $109.2 million, which is a $6.9 million increase from last fiscal year, primarily reflecting an increase in the airport capital improvements project, partially offset by a decrease in public works construction of public roads. Of the $109.2 million, $66.1 million provides funding for capital and construction expenditures, and staff costs total $29 million. In addition, there are offsetting expenditure reimbursements totaling $11.2 million. Nearly all funding is funded by state and federal monies, accumulated fund balance or Measure K sales tax revenue, and Senate Bill 1 revenue. The budgets administered by Public Works not only include the budgets in roads and facilities, but also other budgets within the county, such as the surveyor and water resources. The overall Public Works budget is $154.8 million, which is an increase of $2.7 million from last fiscal year. In 2020-2021, it is anticipated that 42 contracts will be under construction, totaling $41.4 million, primarily consisting of 3 bridge projects, 21 road maintenance and rehab projects, and 4 resurfacing projects. Regarding transportation funding, it was originally anticipated $13.4 million will be available with the Transportation Funding Bill, Senate Bill 1, in fiscal year 2021. However, with the governor's May revise, this funding may be reduced to $12.2 million, and the department is monitoring, and any shortfalls will be covered with reserves within the road fund. The Delta Activities Budget Unit supports ongoing efforts to protect the county's interest in the Delta, including legal action, advocacy work, and reviewing the governor's most recent proposal for a single tunnel project. The recommended budget is $670,000, which is a decrease of $60,000 due to a revised allocation in the tobacco settlement funds based off of actual annual receipts in April of this year. Additionally, the budget includes $103,000 to pay a portion of an additional deputy county counsel position within county council's budget for in-house representation on water law issues. The road district budget provides funding primarily from property taxes for construction projects and road maintenance in the 5 county districts. The recommended budget is $12.2 million, which is approximately a $3 million increase from last year. Funds are used to provide road-related services within the individual road districts. The airport budgets are comprised of the Airport Enterprise Fund budget and the Airport Capital Projects budget. The recommended airport budgets total $15.4 million, which is an increase of $6.8 million from last year's budget, primarily due to $6.7 million increase in capital projects. The recommended Airport Enterprise Fund budget totals $4.6 million, which is an increase of approximately $40,000 from last year. The budget includes the addition of an office assistant specialist position to provide increased administrative support and the deletion of 2 vacant airport operations specialist positions. The recommended budget includes continued county support of the airport by providing a general fund loan of approximately $640,000 to the Airport Enterprise Fund, which the county will leverage with the FAA for current and future Air Park 599 land development opportunities. Due to COVID-19 impacts and the resulting significant decrease in the number of passengers, United Airlines, which had begun service to LAX in August of last year, suspended their operations indefinitely, and operator SkyWest Airlines terminated their lease in April of this year. The 2020-21 recommended capital projects for the airport totals $10.8 million, which is an increase of approximately $6.7 million from last year's budget. The budget includes multiple capital projects to address aging infrastructure equipment and security improvements. In April of this year, the FAA notified the airport it would receive approximately $18.6 million in CARES Act funding for capital projects, payroll, utilities, and other needs. The airport is working closely with the FAA to ensure the county receives its share of its funding. Chair Miller, this concludes staff's presentation on roads and facilities. Both the Departments of Public Works and the airport and staff are available to answer any questions, and if there aren't any questions, I will turn it over to Mr. Chris Bellaggi for a presentation on the Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Bellaggi.
County, and I'd like to highlight our piloting of the Trailblazer program. This program is a leadership development program designed to enhance the leadership skills of managers while also preparing future leaders for the county. The department launched this program in June in 2018, and we just recently concluded it. While trailblazing, Mr. Naji Zarif, he worked with the Stockton Mayor's Office, Caltrans District 10. We plan to send him to DWR. Unfortunately, the needs of the department, we had to bring him back home. The program was successful on many fronts. It worked as designed. It provided invaluable leadership insights to Mr. Zarif. And just as important, it gained meaningful relationships with other agencies. We plan to provide another Trailblazer opportunity for our employees soon. Hard to breathe with this on and talk at the same time. Okay, so our department also recognized by outside agencies. As Chair Miller is aware, the Sacramento chapter of APWA awarded the Elmwood Elementary School Access Project as Project of the Year. APWA also recognized 2 of our managers as Professional Managers of the Year, and that's Kevin Miose and Jana Roots. CSAC gave us a merit award to the department for using Waze for road closure notifications to travelers in San Joaquin County. And we're very excited that 2 of our projects have been identified as finalists by the California Transportation Foundation, the Woodward Island Bridge as Project of the Year, and the McHenry Avenue Bridge for Local Street Project of the Year. And we should hear about these next month, July, if we won. There we go. Okay. About 3 years ago, our department took on a challenge of bringing all special districts to financial sustainability, and we're happy to report that we're near the end of this endeavor. We had 16 adjustments initiated this fiscal year. In the last couple of slides, I talked about how our staff was recognized for their exemplary work on projects that bring benefits to our community, and here's another example of that. Our department worked with PG&E to retrofit nearly 3,000 streetlights with LEDs, and as you can see from the picture, the new LEDs shine a bright light on our accomplishment. And what's even better is that these fixtures will result in nearly $150,000 in annual savings to our customers, and there's more to come on that. Another huge accomplishment is bringing together the 16 GSAs under the leadership and support of Supervisor Wynn to adopt and submit to the DWR a groundwater sustainability plan. And as you all know, too, this was a long effort, 5 years in the making. As I mentioned previously, we had 2 bridge projects completed in this fiscal year, and the Woodward Island Bridge and the McHenry, these are both over $40 million in investment, largest, again, projects done by our department. Operations. We finally implemented our first SCADA, and that's a huge accomplishment, and there's more to come on that. And then at Foothill, we completed the construction of a new landfill module, and the solar project has begun. Yes, that's a goat. We also added a few hundred 4-legged employees during the pandemic. We did our part. These hungry employees are used for vegetation control in our flood channels. It is a sight to behold, let me tell you. And then finally, our fleet department continues to earn national recognition. At this point, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Balaji to speak about our upcoming fiscal year's goals.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. So far, you heard a very small sample, because Jerry only gave us 5 minutes to brag about. So, a sample of departments' last year accomplishments under your leadership to enhance the quality of life for our customers with the funding that you approved in the 1920 budget. Now, let's see what some of our commitments, should you approve our request for this $150-some million of budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So as you are aware that we completed the business process review this spring. With the input from the staff, we have prioritized the recommendations for implementation in the upcoming fiscal year, and some of these initiatives are highlighted on this slide. In addition, as the department shifted more and more towards a data-driven decision-making process, the department was very aggressive in collecting and cataloging that data. As we become data rich, it becomes more imperative to have proper tools to make good sense of the data that we have so that we can enhance our decisions to result in efficiency and better customer service to our constituents. So we're in the process of completing a GIS needs assessment, and we'll start implementing the recommendations in this upcoming fiscal year. As you know, and of course, as Ms. Ray pointed out, you're so proud of, in the past 3 years, we have made a lot of strides in bringing financial stability to our special districts. Specifically, we were on a mission to eliminate all negative fund balances by year 2025, which means whatever the rate increases that the customers agreed on and approved, it will slowly get them out of the red and turn positive, basically. So we were targeting 2025 as the year. I'm really proud to say that our public works staff reports that we would have reached that goal for over 95% of the districts by the year 2022, 3 years ahead of the self-imposed deadline we set for ourselves. I just get a goosebump every time when I say this thing, right? I want to say it again. 3 years ahead of the self-imposed deadline our staff imposed on themselves. But if getting the district balances to turn green is important, it is even more important to keep them there, right? As you know, the inflation adjustments by law can only be approved for 5 years at a time. So that means we had to go back to these folks as the inflation catches up to get them to approve just the inflation adjustments for the upcoming 5 years. So that means we will be coming back and going back to our customers just for the inflationary adjustment, an average of 14 districts per year. So you would see us coming back and initiating the process, but they are not going to be to catch up or to build reserves or any of that, just barely to get that inflation adjustments. So let's talk about water, right? The one that is very near and dear to us. The business of water is as complicated as the appearance of this slide is, actually. In a nutshell, in the upcoming fiscal year, Mr. Buckman and his crew will focus on implementing the GSP and getting at least one flood-mar pilot project. And my dream is that Acampo, we turn that into a reality this coming fiscal year. And also nab the $6.5 million in that IRWM funding that is made available to us. Yes, Supervisor Elliott, we will also be completing the GSP for the Tracy Subbasin as well. So on the engineering side, we're targeting to completing the bike master plan update and starting to develop the local road safety plan. And to access funding from the federal safety programs, in addition to enhancing the safety of the motorists and pedestrians and bicyclists in our county, we also need to have this plan in place to access those federal funding. So as you know that, right, we are not about just developing plans, keeping them in the shelf. We're going to be finding ways to get funding and actually implementing this to enhance the safety of our motorists and the pedestrians and bicyclists alike. So the other project that I'm really excited about is to enhance the safety and reduce speeding in the neighborhoods. As your legislative chief of staffs always call us about these types of things, we're intending to complete a pilot project to actually flash the license plate numbers of the offending drivers on the radar sign in addition to their speed. Of course, Supervisor Nguyen had some great ideas on that in that regard. He has given us more thoughts on how actually we can implement this to get the attention of these speeding drivers so that we can make our neighborhood much safer to live and travel. So in addition, we will also make substantial progress on the automated payment trading project that we have taken initiatives on. So finally, the CIP had, come to an end. So we have actually completed a phase 1. Our goal is for the upcoming fiscal year, the annual capital budget numbers would be drawn from the prioritized project list in the capital improvement program that we'll be putting forward. So that's a huge accomplishment that we have had in the past year going forward. Operation stuff, right? Jim Stone can't keep himself, any more busier than this. It's a lot of exciting projects that are planned for operations in public works. Getting the Foothill solar installation completed by August. We're looking at in a couple of months, the sun is going to be shining more electricity for us, and we'll be saving close to $14.5 million over the next 20 years because we're turning that garbage into money basically by putting that solar panels. Good job, Mr. Stone, on that. And we're also going to be completing a pilot projects for organic composting and also updating the solid waste strategic plan in this coming fiscal year. And you also know that, our predecessor for the ISD, the brilliant award-winning leader here, we teamed with them in 3 days' time during the pandemic hit. Thanks to Supervisor Vallapudua as well, we installed live feed cameras for our customers to see the lines at the self-haul, garbage handling, way station, so that they can see the line before we go. At that time, I promised to you that we will be embarking on getting a reservation system for the self-haul garbage. And that's on the ticket for this fiscal year also. So we will be looking at doing that, so that we could actually spread that load throughout the week so that the people can actually go there and get that line reduced and get the delay reduced as well for them. So we're really excited about that project. We're going to be doing that in partnership with our award-winning ISD team as well. And this is one of my favorites. The next one is the autonomous shadow vehicle project. As we're going to be piloting this project, working with a local technology firm to enhance the safety of the road maintenance crew and also result in efficiency of our operations in there. And Supervisor Patty has promised to you the Holt Road. We're going to be doing a pilot project, to do a stabilization in that section this fiscal year. If that pilot proves successful, we're going to be implementing that strategy on all roads that are built on peat soil, basically. So that's the PEAT. Always, Jim Stone reminds me that it's not peat, it's peat soil. So we'll get that going, and hopefully we will be successful. We're already making efforts on the engineering side to do that. Oh, Supervisors, I forgot to tell you something really, really exciting, actually. If this isn't exciting for you, remember when we came to request your approval for that advanced metering infrastructure contract? We told you that we're applying for federal grants to get that Sunnyside Estates, also on the system. We got it. We got note yesterday that federal government actually approved our grant application, so we'll be coming back to you. Maybe if it is possible, we'll add that to the previous contract if there is enough, cushion there, and add that so that we can get it done quicker, so that we'll save some procurement costs as well on that. But thank God that our efforts are paying off. And also, I want to give credit to the Ferguson Group. Our federal advocates, they were right with us, shoulder to shoulder, helping us to write that grant application and getting us that money. So that's great news for the customers of the Sunnyside Estates. And as we do more and more of this thing, as we add to the system, the cost of the AMI is going to come down, and it's going to result in increased efficiency, which is going to result in reduced cost for our customers. So we're really, really excited about that stuff. And also, depending on the funding situation, I know Ms. Harif mentioned that we got about $1.2 million cut in the SB1 funding that we anticipated, but we planned already for that rainy day. So we're good, but we'll be watching that funding closely. And if funding situation improves, we'll also explore investing in an asset management system so that we could increase efficiencies on how we spend that money to keep our assets in a good shape. Last but not least, let's talk trash, right? So, illegally dumped, that is, right? Thanks to Supervisor Vallapudua and his chief of staff, Chris Rupe, we're embarking on coming up with an ordinance to curb that illegal dumping modeled after the Alameda County. We're working with the county council's office and CDD to come up with a way to curb that illegal dumping. So we will be coming, back to you pretty soon with an ordinance that would help us to, curb that type of activity. So I think I better end with this high note, actually, what the department had accomplished with the funding you gave us last year and what we intend to do this year. So if you have any questions, myself and staff are available to answer them for you. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from Mr. Balaji? Supervisor Patty?
We have a lot of silence after lunch, as you note, Madam Chair. Couple things. First, the big thing here is going on in your department is your departure, and so I just want to note that you're recapping your Trailblazer program. Just like some quick notes: project recognition, staff awards, saving money with the LED lighting, groundwater plan, of course, with Supervisor Wynn, landfill. All of these things that you've accomplished. First off, I appreciate you sharing that with us, because we have a chance as supervisors to understand, how productive the last year was. So it was very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's, for our future divisions and departments, they may want to do the same, because that's a great highlight. You're mistaken on something, though. You talk about our leadership up here, but it's your leadership. It's your department. It's your staff, as exemplified by awards that they're receiving. And it's what you've done as our public works director that makes the county as successful as it is. So it's, with sadness that you're departing, and of course, maybe just, intersecting in time and places, but, we've been very well served in San Joaquin County, as exemplified by what you've accomplished and your vision that you've laid out for your department coming up in this next fiscal year. So I'm sure that you're leaving, very capable staff behind, and you'll be missed in absence. But I just want to thank you personally. I'm sure other supervisors may want to say the same. But you've been amazing as a public works director. I thank you. Again, your accomplishments are exemplary, and your vision, ideas, and the plans you have going forward are phenomenal, and you make San Joaquin look really great. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. I tell you, though, right, there is 400 people behind me right now. The 400 men and women of public works, I tell you. I mean, if Maggie Park allows me, I will just give them a big hug for every one of them. Right? These people make my job look so easy, and they are so committed. They love the community. They really love the meaning of service. I mean, I told you this like years ago. I get paid to go to church every day. I still believe that. This is really amazing family that we have that is so committed, for doing that. And I tell you, it's just the body that's leaving, right? The soul is right here. And this is not going anywhere, right? It will be haunting this board chambers, even if I'm not physically here.
Well, just one further thing, as you point out, when you look at the budgets and use of funds, you've got roughly, and just about 50% of your budget goes to projects, and about 20-something% is staff expense. With 400 staff, that's a lot. So it just goes to show the magnitude of what you do and the Public Works Department and all of the staff, and every day, when called and as needed, as all of us supervisors would attest. You guys are there, and it's an exemplary department. And again, San Joaquin County is grateful for you and all of your contributions and your very capable staff. So I thank you, and I know we all do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Balaji. You're going to be missed. You did a great job for San Joaquin County. Sorry to see you leave. I think Caltrans is really lucky to have you. And I don't know what to say. It's going to be hard to see you go. You've done a great job for Public Works. Your staff are amazing people. You specialize in customer service. You always answer the phone. You work hard. Early morning riser. Always here late. Do a great job. I want to thank you on behalf of my district. You've done a lot for District 1. Thank you.
You put a lot of pressure on these guys behind me, those 400, because one of my mentors once said that the best legacy one can leave is that the organization doesn't miss a beat when you are out there. So,
Brother Patty said he's not going to miss you, but I told him.
Well, hopefully they carry that legacy. Help me carry that legacy. With me.
No, absolutely.
Right. Supervisor Wynn.
I would agree with my fellow supervisors. I think a couple things come to mind, though, and you didn't mention it, but I certainly, from my vantage point, it was monumental in regards to Van Gogh, which is a program that has finally given my constituents in my district the opportunity to travel around the county. And I know it was your efforts and with Donatino Martino, all the discussions that you had and all the effort you made on that. So that's made a big difference. The thing is as I said before, everybody has the opportunity to make a difference, whatever position they're in. And I think one of the things that I really appreciate since we first hired you or selected you is that you brought an energy, an enthusiasm, a commitment that is not always seen in employees, whether it be in the public or private sector. You are, and I use this term periodically, but you're a franchise player, an individual who can go anywhere in any organization and make a difference and have it rise to the championship level. And you've done that here. I know the staff has been a tremendous support in regards to allowing those things or creating those things to happen. You will be missed, but you have indelibly made your mark here in San Joaquin County. There will be those who, probably as long as they're alive, will remember the time that you were here and the times that you reached out, the meetings you had after hours. As was mentioned earlier, you come early, you leave late, and you constantly keeping all of us informed as to what's going on. So I can only say that I've truly enjoyed our time. As I said before, I probably should have put your desk in my office because of the number of calls that we've had and Denise has had with Public Works. But again, I know that you'll make Caltrans better by your presence. I know that you've made San Joaquin County better by your presence and your commitment here. And obviously we will miss you, but we are extremely happy and want to congratulate you on your next assignment, because I know that whatever you do, it will be a tremendous success. So thank you for making a difference in our county, not just in Public Works, but in our county operations. And again, keep in touch. I know you'll be a ways away, but keep in touch and let us know how you're doing. And appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor. I tell you though, right, most people fail to recognize they would have one supervisor that they would work for, right? So you have a problem, you go to that one person. I got 5. I got 5. People don't realize how blessed, I was. And, whether it is a dream project, whether it is putting that GSP together, whether we're working with the RTD to get that van go. And, this is, you can't ask for a better, family than this, right? To go there, to brainstorm things like that. I know that I'll shut up, otherwise, I'll hear from Jerry tonight, right? So I'll be quiet. But I'm telling you that, I know the day one, I have to hide my tears to see what I am missed, in this place. I will see that. I will see that. Yes, you will all get a text from me, definitely, on day one. I have no idea what I'm going to be missing.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and now you're here until the end of July, right?
No.
1st of July?
10th of July.
10th of July, okay. Gosh, okay, yeah, it sounded like you were leaving today. We got all these accolades coming to you.
Maybe, is that what they're saying?
But I will just add that the reason you have 5 supervisors is because we knew when we hired you needed lots of supervision. No, seriously, you've left a great legacy here, as evidenced here by 9 slides worth of accomplishments, and then followed by 8 slides worth of goals. So not only left accomplishments, but you've set the path for what the department will do over the next few years. So we're certainly going to miss you, but now I want your word today that you're going to make sure that the groundwater sustainability plan for the Tracy Sub-Basin is finished.
Yes.
On time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think that'll be easier than the one you already did. But,
and also, I'm threatening the CAO now when I say this thing. CSA 44 is on my list. My car will not leave the county line until that CSA 44 is, done. And I'm confident we'll accomplish that on July 7th, and that is the reason why I chose July 10th rather than starting on July 1st.
Yes, okay. All right. Well, thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your special commitment to get that one done, because that's an important one. And just thanks for all you've done over the years here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Thanks for this presentation. I guess I would say thanks for always being willing to take on the challenges that the five of us have thrown your way. Some of them have been a little out of the box. Some of them have been pretty big challenges, and you've accepted every one. We've talked before about flood control, you and I, and most people are not aware of how your work behind the scenes really has resulted in profound changes to the flood control agency here in this county, and ultimately is going to lead to flood protection for over 46,000 existing residential properties, as well as our critical infrastructure. And I don't believe it would have been accomplished without your perseverance, your tenacity, your calm, your Starbucks coffee every week, meeting with a group of very a group of stakeholders with very different agendas, and we managed to forge a consensus and really revive a project that, for all intents and purposes, we were very afraid was going to be dead, and we were going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars of outside investment to this county. So thank you. We're all going to miss you. We're glad you're not leaving tomorrow, and we're happy that we got the presentation today, and we've got some lofty goals for Public Works following your departure. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And, we didn't think that County Council, Mark Miles, right, we didn't think that we're going to survive one full year of 7 o'clock meetings at the 6th floor. And bless their heart, though, Mr. Buckman, the team that we have, even the city folks and other, folks that were here, very committed to that single goal of serving the public, keeping them safe, being efficient and economical with their dollars, right? So that was what inspires us to wake up every day and just get out and do the things that we do in there. So it's all teamwork in there. I was just their coffee boy, that's all.
Well, thank you. Thank you again. Any other questions or anything? Okay, then.
Okay, Madam Chair. That concludes the presentations for today. I wanted to ask the board if there was any policy direction for today. If not, we could also have this discussion at the end of tomorrow's various hearings. If you wouldn't mind that I go through what we plan for tomorrow, since we kind of took a few things out of order, and then folks know how to show up tomorrow. So we'll start at 9 a.m. with the IHSS, which is our in-home supportive services public hearing for their budget. And so this board will take action on behalf of as the authority. And then we will go into our non-county organizations, and the reason why we're not having those today is because a number of them were given tomorrow's date, and as this board knows, they like to come and thank this board and provide any outcomes that they've done for this past year. So they will be here with us tomorrow. We also have our special districts. We will have another hearing, and it's all part of, it'll be a separate hearing for all of our special districts for both our parks and Public Works special districts, and then that will conclude tomorrow. And then final board deliberation in regards to the final adoption of the final budget and any proposed changes. But if you have any things you would like to discuss now in regards to changes, I can take those now and we could discuss them tomorrow, or, if you just want to save your comments for the conclusion of the hearing tomorrow. Yes, but you know what, Supervisor Patty? I won't be hurt if you choose not to change anything.
Remind me, what did we do last year? So maybe we can do it again if we need to.
So let me share. So this board adopted the homeless policy to essentially have an operational homeless policy. And that's why we started collecting the data. And as you heard, and I believe it might have been in Mr. Bland's comments for general government as part of CAO or as part of Ms. Regalo's about literally the 35,000 touches that county services take upon our homeless and providing services. So it was that adoption and that development of that policy was primarily, and then I want to say there was one fiscal change. I'm not Supervisor, but I'll remember it for tomorrow.
It could have been additional for one of the NCOs, I believe.
I think that's what
Oh,
it was.
you know what? It was.
Yeah.
It was. And I believe it was for, thank you, good memory, Veterans Court.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
yes.
right. Yeah.
And we have included that, just in case you are interested. We have included 40,000. Last year, the board approved roughly, I think, about 67,000 or 65,000, and the Veterans Court ended up using less than 30,000 of it. But we did include 40,000 as part of Veteran Services. I believe our health, Mr. Kawano, shared that supplemental request. So we've included it as part of the base budget for veterans. And then we do have, I know of at least one new non-county organization that is being recommended this year. Right.
Oh, yeah, I believe it's Lord's Gym.
Lord's Gym. Lord's Gym. So that gives you a quick little preview for tomorrow.
Great.
Supervisor Villaputo, I was wondering, is it possible we can get new furniture? New carpeting and new furniture and new lighting and such?
So Supervisor Patty and board members, as you guys have consistently shared with the department heads, as you heard today, the unknowns at the state level, I know this board is always very cognizant of that. So I thank you for that consideration.
No, you can't.
That's a hard no. Okay, then, yeah, thank you, everybody. We will be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.